One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Senator Chip Curry, and I serve as the Senate Chair of this committee. I want to apologize and thank you for your patience in getting started. We are now ready. We are going to start with we are convened this morning for public hearings. So we're going to be hearing LD 287 and LD 1908. We're going to actually do those in reverse order. So we're going to start with LD 1908, an act to require cooperation of original manufacturer and electronic devices to facilitate the repair of those devices by device owners and independent repair providers. But before we dive into the public hearing portion of this, I'm going to ask committee members to introduce themselves, and we'll start at the far right end of the horseshoe.
Well, the only time I'll be called far right, I think. But good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year, all by my lonesome here at this end of the horseshoe. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent part of the great city of Biddeford in the Maine House.
Good morning. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of 14 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate across parts of Androscoggin, Cumberland, and Oxford counties.
Morning, I'm Grayson.
Morning and Happy New Year. I'm Representative John Eder, District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hi there, I'm Cassie Julia, and I represent half of Waterville.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner, represent House District 113, which is part of Portland. I'll be bouncing back and forth today between here and criminal justice.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is all of Kennebunkport and part of Biddeford and part of Kennebunk, and I'm the co-chair of the committee.
And welcome again. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, Senate District 11. And with that, we will begin the public hearing for LD 1908. We'll open that, and we'll invite the bill sponsor to the podium. Welcome, Senator Tipping. On the other side, I think. Thank you very much. The fun of going first.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development, old and new. My name is Mike Tipping. I represent Senate District 8 in Penobscot County, and I'm proud to be here today to present LD 1908, Maine's bipartisan electronic right to repair law. It's designed to protect the rights of Maine people and allow them to fix the stuff they own. A few weeks ago, my garage door opener broke, and I was able to take it apart, watch a very helpful YouTube video, and buy a $20 used circuit board off eBay and get it working again. I probably saved hundreds of dollars in repair or replacement costs. If it were a different electronic device that broke, I might not have been able to. That's because some manufacturers have found that they can make more money if they make it impossible to repair certain devices, in particular some of the phones and computers that have become so central in our lives. They do this in a number of ways, from designing new screws that you can't unscrew, to implementing software locks that recognize an attempt to repair a device and intentionally disable it. I know you've already heard about some of these practices when it comes to automotive repair, which this committee has considered in other legislation. This right to repair law would prevent manufacturers from making these barriers insurmountable in consumer electronic devices, preventing them from denying consumers the ability to repair and modify the items they have purchased and own. LD 1908 requires that manufacturers of digital devices doing business in Maine make the same repair materials that they already provide to their repair partners available to device owners and independent repair specialists on fair and reasonable terms. It doesn't require that manufacturers change the design, marketing, or pricing of their devices in any way. Allowing independent repair businesses to fix these devices is an important part of this legislation. We're a rural state, and right now many Mainers have to wait weeks or travel long distances to have their devices repaired. It's one thing for your iPhone to break when you live in Boston or Portland. It's another to have it break when you're hundreds of miles away from the nearest Apple store. That's why a coalition of 26 independent repair shops from Kittery to Caribou are supporting this legislation. Many have already seen their businesses hurt by these unfair practices. This bill is about important rights of ownership and independence, but it's also a pocketbook issue. These protections would bring down the cost of repairs for Mainers dramatically while allowing them to extend the life of their devices. It makes a big difference to a family budget if you only have to replace your phone every 6 years instead of every 3 years. One recent report estimated that ensuring a right to repair would save households an average of $382 a year. When I first introduced similar legislation 2 years ago, we were closer to the cutting edge on this issue, and now our state is more in the middle of the pack. Since then, the number of states with similar right to repair laws has doubled to 10, and legislation has now been introduced in all 50 states. This is not a partisan issue. A similar bill recently passed in Oregon with wide bipartisan majorities, and one just passed in Texas unanimously. Maine's Attorney General has called for right to repair laws at the state and the federal level, recognizing the importance of these protections for Maine people. Even some large electronics companies like Google now vocally support right to repair laws. The specifics of this bill are based on the work of the previous committee that heard a similar bill last term. It includes exclusions for motor vehicles, diagnostic medical devices used in hospitals, off-road and farm equipment, generators and power sources, commercial switching gear, security systems, and game consoles. Now, I don't personally necessarily believe that all these categories need to be exempted. There are certainly devices within them that people should be able to repair, but I wanted to honor the hard work that already went into previous legislation and compromise. This bill also more specifically addresses the issue of parts pairing and the intentional disabling or degrading of devices when repairs are made. Obviously, certain constituencies will want additional exemptions and clarifications, and I'd note that from those I've heard from, 2 improvements might be made. First, under Section 3, we could clarify that these requirements don't apply if the original equipment manufacturer provides an equivalent or better readily available replacement digital electronic device at no charge to the owner, and that would exempt certain companies that lease equipment and replace it free of cost. Also, this bill excludes motor vehicles using a definition from Maine's Title 10 Commerce and Trade Statute, which does not cover motorcycles. This committee may wish instead to use the definition of motor vehicles from Title 29A, which does. We all understand that when you buy something, it should belong to you. You should be able to use it, lend it to a friend, sell it, take it apart, and fix it if it breaks. Mainers in particular have long been proud of using and repairing and reusing things until they finally fully wear out. I hope we can act to protect these rights and that tradition. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? I do have a question. Can you repeat the 2 possible amendments that you were recommending the committee consider?
Absolutely, and I'll give a copy of the specific language to the clerk as well. There may be others that you may wish to consider, but 2 that made sense to me, looking at the testimony that have been submitted already and in conversations with lobbyists, was the definition of motor vehicle. Depending on what definition you use, it includes or excludes motorcycles, and depending on this committee's work on the automotive right to repair laws, whether those should be included in which section, I understand is a matter of consideration. And the second is making sure that those companies that lease equipment and are willing to replace it immediately at no cost to the user with the same or better equipment could be exempted as well.
Other questions? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Tipping, good to see you.
Good to see you.
The effective date of this proposal, since it was originally, I think, carried over from last year's, like January 1st of this year. Do you have any reflections on an appropriate effective date for this law to take effect? Are other states phasing it in at all? Or are they giving a bit of time for that to take effect. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I realize we can't go back in time on this one. I would say that, an effective date that is as soon as possible would obviously be preferable. I know that in other states, they have limited it to devices that are manufactured within a certain time frame going back several years. But I'll note that there are some folks that'll be testifying after me that can speak better to legislation in other states.
Excellent. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, we're going to go through testimony, and how we do public hearing testimony is we go those in support of the bill, and then those in opposition to the bill, and then those who are neither for nor against the proposal. We're going to start in the room, and then we'll go through all three of those, and then we'll do the same thing if anyone is participating virtually. I'll ask do we have people who are participating? Okay, thank you. And with that, and I have a list here. I'm gonna that we had a sign up for giving testimony. I'm gonna work first through this list, and if there's anyone who hasn't signed up and is still in the room and wishes to give testimony at the end, I'll ask if there's anyone else, any other proponents or any other opponents who wish to give testimony. So we'll start with M.A.H. Marks. Is that Matt? Oh, Matt. Matt Marks. I'm sorry. You're in opposition. So we're starting in pro. Thank you. Henry Welch. We'll ask her Henry Welch.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Henry Welch. I'm a Right to Repair campaign associate representing the U.S. Public Interest Research Group. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advocates for the health, safety, and well-being of consumers. And today I'm grateful to be testifying in support of LD 1908. Right to Repair has a simple premise. If you buy something, you own it, and you should be able to fix it however you see fit. Recently, this idea has been threatened by manufacturers who limit the access to repair materials such as parts, tools, and information to only their employees and authorized repairers. The Right to Repair would require manufacturers to share these repair materials with consumers and small repair shops, making a more fair repair market for consumers, small repair shops, and manufacturers all alike. In 2021, the FTC published a report regarding anti-competitive practices in the repair market, entitled Nixing the Fix. In it, the FTC found that repair restrictions have made it difficult for consumers to make repairs on their own or through an independent repair shop. Further, the FTC published a policy statement stating that restricting consumers and businesses from choosing how they repair their products can substantially increase total cost of repairs. These warnings were realized in U.S. PIRG's analysis of American spending on electronics that Senator Tipping mentioned. The cost of repair is often very close to the cost of buying a new device, meaning all too often consumers will buy a new device instead of fixing it. Our report also found that in Maine, households collectively could save $680 million annually by repairing their electronics and appliances. Right to Repair has been gaining traction across the country. Some form of Right to Repair bill has been introduced in all 50 states and has passed in 10. Manufacturers have also come out in support of certain Right to Repair legislation, though many are still working to undermine the progress. Repair restrictions also hurt independent repair businesses who struggle to serve their customers when they can't have access to repair materials on fair terms. After talking to dozens of repair shops across multiple states, including Maine, I've heard firsthand the difficulty these small repair shops have to get what they need, fix devices, and help their customers and community. Right to Repair is essential to protect consumer rights to fix their stuff, help independent repair businesses, and restore what it means to own something. We would love for the committee to advance LD 1908. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 30 questions. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm curious a little bit about what you've learned about those difficulties that repair shops might face. Just thinking about, the technical pieces that you need to know in order to repair an electronic device. How is that made more difficult for them today?
Yeah, totally. Well, we have a couple of these repair shops owners testifying today, so I can let them answer most of that question. But really, it's just access to the parts, tools, and information needed for repair. A lot of these repair shop owners are very qualified to do this repair, but often manufacturers will require you to be an authorized repair dealer to have access to this information, which we disagree with.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Welch. Where are you from, by the way? Are you from Maine? Are you?
I went to college here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Bates in Lewiston.
Great. But your organization is based out of state?
My office is in Boston. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. Thank you. On your data here, listen, I mean, if we can eliminate any waste, particularly e-waste, that's a great thing to do. Unfortunately, I think that a lot of people, even if we pass this bill, I wonder how many people are going to use it. You got $680 million could be saved by repairing. I'd really love to have a little bit more information about that data point, and it's like, where does it come from? How'd you calculate it and all that? If not now, then at the work session.
Yeah.
But also, how much of that 680 do you think this bill, if it's passed, would actually address? And again, I'll ask you now, but if you want to defer until and provide the information in work session, that would be fine too.
Yeah, well, certainly. I believe I don't have the exact report in front of me, obviously, and I can definitely provide that for the work session. But I believe we looked at Bureau of Labor Statistics data and looked at how much Americans are spending on electronics and had some assumption for how much repair could save on the product life. But I can definitely get more information to you for the work session.
Okay, great. And would you be able to also weigh in on the amount, the utility of this bill, and actually, how many people would be inclined to actually use it rather than just throw the old thing and buy a new one? That would be useful too.
Yeah, well, I think the problem right now is that people don't have that option.
Right.
So I think just giving them that option is really important. If they use it, I can't say now if they are actually going to be using these parts, tools, and information to repair, but we do believe that people should have the option.
Thank you.
See no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, I think it's Devin, is it Milanofi? And this is at the point where I apologize in advance for butchering your name. And you'll correct me when you first thing. If I could remind everyone to also introduce yourself, your name and where you're from, and if you represent an organization at the start of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Gayer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Devin Milanofi. I live in Portland, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of LD 1908. In my day job, I'm a computer systems engineer developing residential battery solar energy systems, and in my free time, I like to tinker with electronics. It was this tinkering and a desire to get more connected to my local community that led to me getting involved in a repair cafe in Portland that I now help organize. At these monthly free community events, folks come in with a vast variety of things to be repaired. A crew of volunteer repairers help fix clothing, bicycles, shoes, sewing machines, and as well as all manner of electronics, which is where I come in. Kitchen appliances, laptops, radios, vacuum cleaners, RC cars, cameras, you name it, I'll try and sometimes succeed to fix it. But we can't fix everything. Newer, smarter devices are often beyond our capabilities and have to be turned away, due in large part to the fact that they are, from our perspective, black boxes. A few months ago, we had a string of broken KitchenAid mixers come through. One mixer from the 90s needed to be regreased. Another from the early 2000s needed a small electrical component replaced. Both were relatively straightforward fixes, due in part to the simplicity of these devices. Then a third, much newer model from just a few years ago came in. Like the other two, it showed no signs of life. Upon careful disassembly, we discovered no clear failure, just a central circuit board with hundreds of tiny components. A Google search yielded no publicly available diagnostic procedure or any evidence that first-party replacement parts were available. This story is becoming more and more common at the Repair Cafe. With minimal, if any, troubleshooting documentation to go off of for newer, more complex devices, our hands are tied. Even if we were able to determine a root cause or broken component, there's no guarantee that we'd be able to find a replacement part or safely perform a replacement without the right tools. LD 1908 has the potential to remedy that. With access to better documentation to troubleshoot issues, tools to disassemble and diagnose, and parts to replace, our ability to actually repair people's newer electronics, or at least confidently refer them to an independent repair shop, would be drastically improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Oh,
Chair Gear. My
thank you.
apologies.
And thank you for your work, helping people, knowing how expensive a KitchenAid mixer is, and what an investment it is. Great to be able to repair those. In that instance, could you call KitchenAid and get them to repair that item? And if so, is there a cost that you can share what that would be?
Yeah, so in situations like this where we come across a device that we aren't able to directly repair, our first place we turn is the internet, and then we will sometimes refer people to manufacturers. In my experience, manufacturers are reluctant to deal directly with consumers when we ask questions like, can you provide documentation on how to disassemble this thing properly or how to replace specific parts, and even more reluctant when it comes to replacing specific components. In the case of KitchenAid, they might refer us to a warranty, which will have likely expired, or potentially a first-party repair facility, which, as discussed, may not be available in the state.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr.
Malanafi.
Malanafi.
Yes, thank you.
Again, I think it's great what you're doing with the Repair Cafe. That's wonderful. Are there standard setters here that you would like to call out, the people manufacturers who are really doing a great job at putting this information available for consumers?
Yeah.
So often we focus on the bad players, and I just wonder, what is the best practice here, and are there examples?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'd be happy to provide some more information later, but I think the type of resource that's been most helpful for us is as far as companies that work that provide good documentation. Long-standing brands like KitchenAid actually do sometimes have a reputation for supplying parts, and then organizations such as iFixit, which is an online resource, they will work with manufacturers and work independently to create some of this documentation. I think the precedent in the industry and for sort of amateur repairers like us is that these resources are grassroots at this point. Like the vast majority of these resources are just sort of homegrown. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can, for the work session, if you come up with 2, 3, 4, whatever manufacturers you think are doing it right, that would be useful.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Sheldon Arford. Welcome.
Good day, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Sheldon Arford, and I'm in support of LD 1908 and Right to Repair. I own a small computer repair shop right here in Augusta, and I think Right to Repair is important because it would help Mainers get access to much cheaper and easier repairs to their computers and tablets. Working on devices, I often have problems with manufacturers using proprietary screws and fasteners and obfuscating their location in order to prevent local repair shops and individuals from repairing their devices. Parts are often difficult or impossible to get, and if I can get them, prices are so inflated, my only option is to buy them secondhand and hope they're in working condition. All of this adds up to time and cost to repairs. Excuse me. The most common replacement items are on a laptop are the screen and the keyboard, items which are very important to the use of the machine and should be relatively easy to replace. To do a simple screen replacement or a keyboard replacement on most modern laptops requires access to specialty screwdrivers and pry tools, schematics that aren't provided by the manufacturer, and parts that are difficult to source, whether from the OEM or from the company that they purchase them from. Many manufacturers use the same parts but will not disclose their part numbers, and they'll obfuscate them with an internal part number. So even if you do find it, it's a number that you can't reference. And that drives the cost up and the time to repair up as well. All of this causes people to replace otherwise perfectly fine equipment that could be repaired rather simply if they had access to the tools and parts. My hope is that this bill will encourage companies to provide access to documentation, parts, and tools, allowing local shops and individuals to repair their own machines. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Julia.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi.
How do you feel about the competitiveness of the price that you charge to repair a broken screen when lots of people are able to repair that screen versus just one specific retailer?
I mean, I would love to see my competition be every single person in this room. That to me would be fantastic. That would be the single best option that I can see. However, if you don't have access to the parts or the tools or even the documentation, I mean, a simple screen fix on this older machine, that's easy. You can find someone online that's torn that down 10 times. On that newer Apple, that's not an easy fix. You need a specialty screwdriver to get into that. You need a part that you don't have a part number to and you can't get access to. That's the same screen that's in half the laptops that you guys all own. But that Apple part number, that won't tell you what screen it is. You have to buy it through them, and they're not going to sell it to you. So I'd love to see everyone here be able to repair their own equipment.
Are there, I'll ask Senator Bennett's prior question. Are there outstanding players in the market?
Yeah, but they're not big names. There's a company called Framework, which designs essentially modular laptops. So you buy the chassis and then you buy the components in it. You can order it straight from them, or you can order the parts yourself and put it together yourself. You decide what screen goes in it, what processor and the memory, the motherboard, the whole thing. And when it's time to upgrade, you can pull those components out and then put new ones in the same chassis. So yeah, but it's, again, they're more expensive because they're a niche product and they're not one of the big name players.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm curious about it almost sounds like barrier pricing. It's pricing for parts that's designed to inhibit the actual repair. So I'm assuming to drive the customer out to purchase something new from the company. So is that, how have you seen that work, and how does that deter repairs?
Well, it's pretty difficult for me. A lot of the times, if I even can get the parts, the only option to keep it, cheap enough to justify repairing it is to get them secondhand off of eBay or something like that. And then you got to get them and wait to get it shipped in, and then hopefully it works. So, the companies, when they're buying these parts, they're obviously getting a bulk rate, and they're buying them from, somewhere, usually in China, where they're all made. When they decide if they want to sell them off to us, they usually mark them up quite a bit, making it so that, let's say to repair your laptop would be maybe $600, and maybe that new, MacBook Air is $900. And it's like, well, do you want to put that money into an older machine or just buy their new product? Everybody buys the new product.
And just follow on if I may. And could you, either today or for the work session, give it just a sense of the difference that you see between what that part costs on a part on the market, open market, and then what you see when you try to source it from the company for a repair? And can you give a sense of what that difference might be?
I can try. I think the hardest part is going to be finding a company that would actually sell me a part. Apple won't. Dell generally won't, but occasionally they've sold like some screens and some of the other parts. But for the most part, they want you to send it to them to get it repaired, which adds time and complexity and cost.
Thank you. Oh, 1 second. Herb.
Thanks. Really informative. Appreciate it. To follow up on a question that Senator Bennett asked, what do you think the public's appetite is for making these repairs themselves? I mean, do you have any sort of sense?
I mean, maybe Joe Q Public isn't going to want to repair it himself, but you know, if he can go on YouTube and see a video, and I mean, you know, if it's a 5-minute video and it shows everything and they can get the parts and they can get the tools, I don't see why they wouldn't. You know, I mean, you talk about the two single biggest things to replace on these screens and keyboards. Those should be really simple. I mean, you know, you got a screwdriver, you got 2 hands, you can probably do it. These aren't, you know, these aren't mystery boxes where you open them up and everything inside is just a black hole. They're pretty straightforward. This is technology we've had for 20, 30 years now, just miniaturized. So it's possible, and I think people can do it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Zev Wickham. Welcome.
Chair Curry, Chair Gear, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Zev Whitcomb, and I'm a student at Camden Hills Regional High School conducting a research project from repair bills on exclusions from repair bills for consumer electronics. I strongly believe in the right to repair, so I'd first like to express my support for LD 1908, as it ensures that consumers receive the necessary support from manufacturers to facilitate effective independent repairs. However, none of the 6 states that have passed similar legislation, I'm sorry if I'm unfamiliar with newer legislation, Texas in particular, but of the 6 that I've studied, none have done so without offering some set of exemptions for various manufacturing sectors. I've summarized these to the best of my ability in the table below, along with those offered in LD 1908. I apologize for any possible mistakes in classification or other such oversights on my part. I also apologize for the photo quality here. But I've also included some names of the oppositional testimonies identified as specifically representing any of these sectors given at the public hearing for LD 1487 in the last legislature, as well as an estimate of national consensus for each sector provided the set of exemptions among enacted legislation. My greatest takeaway from this dataset is that LD 1908 closely aligns with the national status quo and should therefore pass as written. A certain few of these sectors stand out, particularly for their relevance to Maine. The abundance of testimonies classified under off-road, non-road equipment itself is an indicator of how important these industries are to Mainers. Accordingly, LD 1908 now contains the same exclusionary language as in New York's bill, and many of those passed since, as suggested by Senator Farron in his 2023 testimony. I believe this is the right move, as while I especially support the right to repair agricultural equipment, such issues might be better addressed by separate legislation as done in Colorado. The same is true for motor vehicles, for which we already have a repair law in Maine, Massachusetts, possibly some others. In conclusion, comparing the exclusions offered by LD 1908 to those in enacted repair legislation across the country only supports the validity of this bill and its potential to adequately appease all stakeholders as written. Thank you for your time and consideration. I invite anyone willing to contribute to my research to reach out after today's hearing.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I want to just summarize what I think I heard you say there, which is you look specifically at the exclusions being considered in this bill and compared them with the exclusions that have happened in other states. And you're finding that by and large, those exclusions were kind of in line with what other states are doing.
I'd say, yeah. I'm currently at a kind of too early a stage in my research to specifically say which of these are warranted. I'm currently speaking with legislators from other states and otherwise, so I can form a conclusion on that later. But as of now, just comparing it to the other states, Maine does very much align with the status quo, specifically very close to New York, a few fewer exceptions in this bill than in New York's. But otherwise, if you look at my consensus column all the way on the right, it is very close to what we currently have in LD 1908.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you. May I ask what led you to this research project on this particular topic?
Yeah, it was actually a conversation I had with my friend's dad a couple months ago. I initially looked at a different research project, but we were talking actually about Leatherman multi-tools, right? And he said, well, I'd love if we had a modular Leatherman, right? So I started going down the right to repair rabbit hole, and I saw that we had this legislation on the table. And I became very interested in it. Originally, I was looking at the e-waste aspect, but after a conversation with Senator Curry, I moved more toward the exclusionary aspect.
Great. And would it be possible for you to provide this table here on one sheet that we could, but maybe even just post it onto as testimony? Get it to
Absolutely,
the clerk
yeah.
so that we can post it for public consumption as well as the committee's consumption. Just very difficult to read, as you noted.
Yeah,
Very useful, though, I think.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I can supply that through. Would you prefer email at some point?
Email to our clerk.
Email to
would
the
be
clerk, thank you.
Ideal, and that way the clerk can share it to the, share it, and it would also be available to the public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Vanessa Berry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and distinguished members of the Housing and Economic Development Committee. My name is Vanessa Berry, and I'm the Sustainable Maine Program Manager for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of LT 1908. This bill would facilitate the repair of electronics by making tools, parts, and instructions accessible to device owners and local repair providers who have the skills to fix them. Without forcing design changes or compromising safety or security of devices, this bill offers consumers more options to repair their wanted items, a benefit to Maine people, our local repair economy, and our environment. Currently, electronics sold in Maine can be designed to limit who's allowed to fix the item and whether an item is even capable of being fixed, making it increasingly likely that useful items will be thrown out, even for minor issues. This increases waste, increases consumer costs, and undermines local repair trades, and is entirely preventable by enabling Maine people to repair devices locally. Maine has several product stewardship laws that require producers to collect and manage goods at the end of life, including successful programs for cell phones and electronic waste. At its peak, Maine recycled nearly 8.5 million pounds of e-waste annually. But with recent challenges to supply chains, the rate of recycling has dropped by more than 60%, collecting just over 3 million pounds in 2023. Most electronics are comprised of finite natural resources that require intensive extraction and processing, including materials like copper, gold, lithium, and cobalt. Recycling is important, and I personally am a huge fan of recycling, and we do need to recover these valuable materials. But recycling alone cannot offset the environmental impact of the disposal of electronics at the current rate. Extending product life is an effective and important way to reduce the volume of electronics that need to be managed and reduce demand for extraction and processing of minerals used in electronics. Although Mainers tend to be thrifty and value products that last, many producers design goods that are not built to last and are difficult to repair, even for basic issues like replacing batteries or fixing a cracked screen. I will just add that I've also had challenges with repairing my own things and had a TV that I had to replace for a really high cost because the parts were not available and replacement was actually cheaper than trying to go the repair route, which is unfortunate. Brands that once proudly advertised the longevity of their products seem to have abandoned these values in favor of planned obsolescence, which is creating items that are more likely to malfunction and require replacement at further cost to the consumer. Without access to the necessary tools, instructions, or expertise needed to repair such products, consumers have no choice but to replace them far sooner than necessary. Maine is also home to vibrant repair communities, from Dover Foxcroft and Farmington to Belfast and South Portland, where local volunteers help neighbors fix everyday household items. We heard from some of these folks today. These efforts reflect a strong appetite for repair, but too often design barriers get in the way. So right to repair laws would help change that. They not only keep items out of landfills, but also enable people to better understand and care for their devices. It's especially beneficial for low-income households that cannot easily replace costly electronics.
If you could wrap up, please.
Yes. This legislation is an important first step in addressing planned obsolescence. Of course, there's more things that we can do and would encourage the legislature to continue to explore some of those options in the future. But for all of these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1908.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very, oh, question. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I'm kind of interested more in this concept of planned obsolescence. Has there been any, and I don't actually know if this is the bill to address it, but if I hear reports of like people updating one of their devices and all of a sudden like the battery lasts like half as long. Is there data supporting that, or is that just something that people anecdotally sort of speak to? I'd like to see kind of some info about that.
Yeah, and I can certainly look to the technical experts who work on repair, especially, and seeing some head nods in the room. That yes, this is a reality, and there's also other types of challenges to repair that hinder our ability to repair our own devices, including adhesives that get added to devices that make it, once you try to remove something, it breaks even further, and it breaks other components that are unable to be replaced. So I think this is just the start of something that we could address at a larger scale. Planned obsolescence is real, and we're seeing that in more and more devices. And again, the smarter electronic devices are more complicated, and they come with a lot of other technical components that make it difficult to repair our own things. So yeah, they just don't make them like they used to.
I guess for the work session, I don't know if you'll be here, but if there's any data kind of backing that up, like besides anecdotally, if
Yeah, we
people
can
doing studies about
look
that or
into
something.
more of that and provide some of that for the work session. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Kyle, is it Stillies? Stilkey.
I got notified about this last night. I didn't have a written testimony.
You're
so I wrote
welcome
my
to-
name.
you're welcome to give
speak. I just didn't wanna
testimony
waste
without-
any time if that was an issue.
Nope, you're welcome to give testimony without a written.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just want to say thank you and good morning again, Curry and Gier. I'm here to represent, I run a local business out of Sabattis, Maine, a computer repair and electronic shop, run right out of my home. Do simple repairs as, computers, phones, as well as micro soldering down to actually board level that requires some high-end equipment. With the bill that we're looking to work on today. The reason that I am here is they don't make right to repair or for just the people very easy to access, whether it comes down to board schematics or just available parts. A lot of times I have to outsource, like a lot of these people have said, we have to outsource our parts from like third party, like eBay, Amazon, or sketchy Chinese shops. Like sadly, like AliExpress, you don't know what you're getting for parts. Manufacturers do not want to work with us to provide us with the tools or the software, or the parts needed, or even at an available cost for the consumer. There are many times that I'll get repairs into the shop where I have to turn around because the cost is just beyond belief, because the parts to become available, like others have provided, saying, why would I repair a phone on a screen that costs me $800 to get the screen when the new phone costs $1,000? And as well as doing software lockouts on components that are not needed, like battery replacements. If I want to replace a battery on certain devices, they'll lock out and say this isn't a genuine battery, even if it comes from a direct, exact manufactured product from the customers, like Samsung and Apple have done. Same with screens, where they'll lock out components where the software says, hey, even though this is genuine, it didn't come originally from this, so we've locked it out from you being able to use your device anymore. This bill would hopefully provide and help consumers on the consumer level to repair their own device. It would be wonderful if I didn't have to do this. I would love if I could have customers come and say, I did this myself. I had access to these parts. I knew what I could get. I knew how to repair it. And that would just light up my day. The amount of times I actually get, the glimpse of that where I can see somebody did something and I'm like, that's fantastic. So I think that's about as much as I got for today. But, like I said, I got notified last night pretty late about this. And I just got to rush and put together, but I just want to at least be here to support the cause of this.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for coming. Oh,
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Just curious, because the sourcing issue to me.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned some risks that come up with that. And I guess I would just say, when you're sourcing parts, in just out there in the world, what are the concerns about both reliability and then safety and security that might be introduced? from,
Right.
not.
Right. So
reputable
if we could
places?
get the parts directly, because a lot of stuff, it's manufactured. No, the actual manufacturers don't produce these parts. They're actually made out of factories like Foxconn in China or stuff like that. So a lot of times you don't really see that. But the problem is a lot of stuff gets counterfeited. So you'll run into the issue where we want to make sure it's genuine for the customer. We don't want to risk any sort of, security level, which really when hardware repair, you don't really typically run the security. It's more of a reliability, and you don't want to replace a part that's just going to break or cause some sort of like with a battery, a dangerous combustion possibly down the road. You don't want that. You would rather know, hey, this is a genuine, this came originally, the manufacturers provided this for me to replace my phone, and they've made it as easy as possible for us to replace.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
That is everyone who has signed up to give testimony in support of this bill. Is there anyone who didn't sign up that wishes to give testimony? Come on up. Welcome. If you could say your name and where you're from and begin.
Absolutely. My name's Connor. I'm a resident of Vassalboro, and I'm also the owner of Kowalski Repair. I provide electronic repair services, phones, tablets, game consoles, mostly game consoles, and I do realize that this bill doesn't necessarily address that, but I service a lot of other electronic devices too, and for the most part, they're pretty similar. So I face a lot of different issues with sourcing different parts and materials. A big thing of batteries. I always like going with OEM batteries versus anything aftermarket. It's always questionable on the quality, especially when we're buying something off of like AliExpress. You never know what you're gonna get. You never know whether it's really that safe. But the problem is that certain manufacturers just simply won't supply it. And so I have to go down the rabbit hole of getting something else that's not going to last, and I have to question whether or not it's going to even, catch fire or, just whatnot. A really good example of having an issue getting a part, though, is 2 weeks ago, I had a customer come to me with a HP laptop. The charging port broke on it. And so HP had their part number taped right to the charging port on the inside of the board. I thought, oh, great, I'm going to go take that number, go on HP's website, and go buy the charging port. Well, I couldn't. It didn't exist. Looking up that charging port, see if any third-party manufacturer had it. They didn't. The pinout was different for other laptops. What I ended up doing was I got a different charging port. I cut the connector that plugs into the motherboard off. I soldered on the old connector from the old charging port so I can make it work, and I made it work. But the problem at the end of the day is the customer is paying more money for kind of a hack job just so I can make it work again, when reality is should have never even been the case. I should have been able to buy the proper part, put the proper part in, they pay less money for the repair, and they can be on their way. Ultimately, I would really like to see manufacturers provide more parts for the devices. That way it would help me repair. And diagnostic tools too. I've noticed that a lot of parts are starting to require calibration. And the problem with that calibration is even if I can buy like a new fingerprint sensor, I can put it in, but it's not going to work unless I get the proper calibration tool for it. And if like Apple doesn't want to provide me the calibration tool for it, well, then I'm just kind of screwed. They're forced to go back to Apple for the repair, and I can't really help them. And we're noticing this a lot with even things like screens. But other than that, I just wanted to show my support for right to repair.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Connor, is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
The specific example you just gave at the end there about a part being available, will this bill as it's written address that issue? Because it doesn't seem to address that head on with respect to the availability of components?
So I believe the bill, granted, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really read the bill through its entirety.
You're
From
not the
my
only one.
understanding, from my understanding with the bill is that it requires manufacturers to provide the same tools that they give to the
Right.
authorized service providers. And I'm almost certain HP has the proper charging port that they provide their own service providers. I'm almost certain they have the in-network solutions for that. They just don't provide it to the rest of the general public. And as for like the calibration software, like Apple provides that calibration software to their authorized service providers. And I'm pretty sure that this bill would then make them have to provide to the rest of us.
Okay, but there's
Yeah.
nothing in here that forces them to sell. I'm sorry,
Yeah, page 4.
page 4. Page 4. Should make any or the parts or tools. Okay, so this bill does address that, as
Yeah.
the chair points out, that there's a provision in here that would make them make available for sale
Mhm.
the parts as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Seeing no other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Was there anyone else in the room that hadn't signed up to give testimony in support? We'll now shift into testimony in opposition, and we'll go down the list, and we'll begin with Matt Marks. I just happen to be on the page. Happy New Year and
Yeah.
welcome.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I'm a principal with Cornerstone Government Affairs and here this afternoon representing CTIA, the trade association for the wireless industry, speaking in opposition to the bill. So the marketplace provides a wide range of consumer choice for repair with varying levels of quality, price, and convenience without mandates imposed by this legislation. The market continues to evolve and manufacturers continue to make changes to address consumer demand while offering consumers safe and reliable repair options. Many manufacturers have expanded the repair options, from growing the number of authorized repair providers to increasing access to tools, parts, and manuals directly to consumers. It is important that with more repair options available, consumers continue to have access to professional repair providers that can demonstrate the competence to provide a safe and reliable repair. CTIA launched 2 programs, the WISE Technician Program and the WISE Authorized Service Provider Program. These programs educate and test device repair technicians and certify those that meet the highest standards. They provide consumers with a predictable, high-quality repair experience. Wireless companies individually and through the industry associations have taken proactive steps to provide consumers with more device repair options while accounting for the need to maintain device integrity and security and to protect intellectual property rights. These include the expansion of CTIA's WISE program to include over 24,000 certified technicians nationally, continued growth of manufacturers' authorized repair networks, and the availability of access to tools, parts, and manuals, which are providing directly to consumers. These programs provide independence with certifications that protect the consumer and the industry. The marketplace is continuing to address the same concerns this bill seeks to address. With the repair market continually evolving and adapting to the consumer needs, we'd rather see the market competition rather than a state-level mandate. CTIA is concerned this bill has the potential to weaken the safety, privacy, and security of electronic products. The security of user information is of the utmost importance to consumers. The potential weakening of privacy and safety protections will increase those risks to consumers. In an era of sophisticated cyber attacks, we should not make it easier to hack devices and networks. For those reasons, CTI respectfully asks you not to move this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I see at the beginning of the testimony, someone else's name is that on the top?
Mike Blank is the subject matter expert at CTIA. I'm delivering it on his behalf.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you very much.
Yep.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. I guess I'm a little bit confused. I don't know if you can answer this because you're here in lieu of this individual. But how would replacing something regarding hardware, like the screen or something that has nothing to do with software, how would that increase the risk of hacking where it's all generally all software?
That's a good question, Representative. I think what I should do here, because it's probably individual to some of the manufacturers, is for the work session, I'm happy to bring back some examples from each of those companies. Yep.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Marks, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks. The CTIA is, there's been testimony here about other states that have enacted similar legislation. Do you have any perspectives on different states and the way that they've approached this? And as a national trade association, do you have any information to share on the adoption, the variations among states, et cetera?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked the question. I think that's one of the concerns that CTI has, is sort of a patchwork of different laws being passed across the country. By industry standards, the most acceptable law that was passed was in Texas. I'm happy to provide additional details about why that particular state law may be more preferable than some of the others, if you'd like.
That would be really useful for me anyway, and probably maybe for the rest of the committee, and also your analysis of how that might differ from the proposal before us.
Absolutely. I'll bring back that analysis for you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question has to do with the certification program, because if reading between the lines of your testimony, it sounds like CTIA provides a certification that spans OEMs and spans sort of the wireless technology.
Right.
So just drawing from what some of the other folks have said today, my assumption is that there are a lot of shared components that are used by many different OEMs. There are shared technologies that are similar. So to me, that kind of flies in the face of the idea that this is somehow needing to be proprietary to this certification, as opposed to available to anybody who wants to buy the parts and learn about how to repair their device. So how would you respond to that comment, I guess? And
no, I think that's a great question. There are two different programs. So one is the individual service provider, the individual who'll be doing the technician repair, and then the other one is the actual facility. There are different levels depending on what type of certification they want to obtain. And what I could do, if you'd like, I could bring back a copy of what each of those are and the costs associated with getting those certifications. When I say it's very cheap, I think a level 1 is $200 to get certified. But I can bring back that information for you that would share not only the details of what you would be certified in, but which each component each level allows.
just to follow on to that. And is that training available to anyone who wants to take it, or is it are you required to be associated with an authorized repair facility?
Yeah, so the training that's available, some of the components are online. So like a level 1, for example, they may differ depending on which level you go to in each certification. As far as being an independent repair individual who has a certification, you could certainly operate that way. There's also the certification program for a facility. So like in Maine, for example, and this has expanded over the last few years. I think last time I checked, I don't know we had any. Today we have 2 in Portland and 1 in Bangor. And it continues to grow. So across the country now there's 24,000. I think when I first looked at this a year or so ago, there was 21,000 individuals in that program. So it's continuing to build momentum.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, ask Joseph Lee.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Curry, Chairperson Gear, and the distinguished members of the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Joseph Lee, and I work for Cisco Systems. You have the device up there. Cisco Systems is a global technology company that develops, manufactures, and sells the networking hardware, software, and security solutions that power the internet. Our technology is primarily used in business to business in business to government contexts from federal agencies to local school systems. Cisco respectfully opposes LD 1908 due to the cybersecurity risks that the bill posed to critical infrastructure if passed as drafted. However, we believe these risks can be mitigated without undermining the bill's intent. While Cisco appreciates the arguments offered in favor of right to repair consumer devices, not all technology devices are equal. A router used in a home is fundamentally different from the infrastructure equipment used to manage a power grid or secure confidential state data. To address this, we respectfully request two specific amendments that clearly define the scope of covered devices. Specifically, we ask the legislation exempt enterprise IT devices. As currently written, the legislation inadvertently includes the networking and telecommunications equipment used by critical infrastructure owners and operators in government and enterprises. These industrial-grade devices are typically sold to the federal government, like the Pentagon and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, as well as to state and local government customers like local departments of transportation, public safety. These devices take on massive workloads and carry sensitive information that our government customers rely on for their mission critical operations. These risks associated with forced disclosure of source code, encryption keys, schematics, diagrams, and other sensitive or proprietary technical information are too high. Our nation's critical infrastructure has been under repeated attack by aggressive foreign nation state actors, and provided unvetted access to this sensitive technical information creates a blueprint for cyber attacks against government and enterprise networks. The standards outlined in the proposed draft could be detrimental to the technology marketplace by requiring disclosure of sensitive security information to any entity claiming to have a need to repair a Cisco device. This broad mandate could force manufacturers to hand over security bypass tools to unverified actors, potentially including with malicious intent under the guise of repair. The bill prioritizes the rights of a single equipment owner over the collective security of the entire network. While such a balance might be appropriate for consumer IoT devices, it presents disproportionate risks when applied to commercial and enterprise IC technology that support critical infrastructure, national security, and emergency preparedness. States cited today, like Texas, Oregon, New York, and Connecticut, have exemptions for B2B and B2G devices and equipment. Thank you for your time. Allow me to testify on this important issue. I respectfully ask that this bill receive additional consideration or amendments because of the cybersecurity implications and the credible threats that are likely if this legislation were to pass in its current form.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Some of the comments that there at the end were not in your written testimony
Yes.
regarding the states. Could you provide that? again,
Absolutely.
Either.
Sorry, I was
written
just
form-
writing extemporaneously.
No, that's fine.
Yep.
I appreciate the information, but I would like to understand how this compares with other states, and you've identified that as something that we should look at. So if you could specify again, as I asked Mr. Marks, what states you think are doing this right, and how, and more specifically, how the changes that you envision in this bill should work. That would be
Absolutely.
useful.
Connecticut, California, Oregon, they all have household appliances or consumer goods as being scoped into their right to repair bill. That's Connecticut, California, Oregon,
Yeah.
and Texas is also, if you want to balance out the other political party.
Are there political parties to balance?
Well,
That's
I mean,
kind of a fool's errand. I just a little side comment.
for
but
sure.
Thank you.
Chair Gear.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lee. Would your concern about the definition of an independent repair provider be addressed by the first amendment that you suggested, which is if we're exempting enterprise IT from the bill, then it would it really need to be changed?
I think so. I think if we are able to, so Cisco uses specifically authorized repair shops, Presidio, WWT, Dell uses them, HPE uses them, and what they do is we when the end of life, like a device up there, when it's end of life, we try to recoup that so that we don't want to see it in a landfill. We recoup that through WWT or Presidio, and they're the ones that either refurbish it, remanufacture, and put it back out to the market. And so those repairers go through a very rigorous training and education that they know they have to handle sensitive information. Once they open that up, they know that there's going to be a lot of privacy implications to that to that device. And we want to be able to trust the repairers from doing that. So we do want to be able to keep that within our ecosystem. So that would independent repair shops would be something that we want to make sure that they are authorized under our ecosystem. Please.
But if enterprise IT was exempted from the bill completely, that would it not cease to be relevant for Cisco and?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm going to follow up. How are you currently complying with Colorado, Minnesota, New York, and Washington?
Yes. So in New York, it is currently B2B or B2G are exempt. So equipment that is solely for government or other enterprise companies, they are exempt. Minnesota, there's actually a critical infrastructure. So the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has an exemption list. So for example, networking equipment is exempt under CISA, the DHS code, so that we are under that in Minnesota. In Colorado is the only exemption that we currently have, but there is going to be actually another critical infrastructure exemption there as well in Minnesota. So like that mirrors Minnesota. So Minnesota is the only one that has a critical infrastructure, and we are currently exempt from that. I'm sorry, I forgot the other states that you had mentioned as well.
Washington.
Oh, Washington. That is also that is exempt because they're focusing solely on consumer goods, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Senator Bennett.
Thank you. You mentioned end of use, and sometimes we get a little siloed in the legislature. There is the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I don't know if you're participating in the discussions that they're having around updating our product stewardship laws across the gamut. And e-waste is one that we've had in Maine for a long time. And I'm wondering, how is that working in Maine?
Yeah.
Because that's the other side of this, right? I mean, and you said that your company's quite assertive about getting those components back and then reusing them.
That's right.
How are we doing in Maine with our e-waste?
Absolutely. I can give you specific numbers as a follow-up, but for the most part, we do not want to see, it is a brand reputation on us. If you see a Cisco device in a landfill, that really does hurt us. It hurts the others that are focusing solely on customers that are for government or to other enterprises. Consumer goods, I cannot speak to because that is not what Cisco does specifically. But overall, we do not want to see our electronics in landfills, in waste that is not going to be properly recycled. And because of the EPA's mandate, we do want to make sure we recoup that and remanufacture it so that we can extend at least some products to those that are very environmentally conscious.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to see the data too. So
Absolutely.
If you can follow up. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dustin Brighton.
Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
And members of the committee, my name is Dustin Brighton and I represent the Repair Done Right Coalition. Thank you for allowing me to submit testimony with regard to LD 1908. The RDR Coalition consists of companies, organizations, people who care deeply about ensuring that innovative products are repaired and maintained in a safe, private, and authorized manner. These companies assist in connecting consumers, businesses, and governments through products designed to assist in improving the lives of those who use them. The products and services which these companies manufacture, as you all know, are essential in ensuring that commerce and personal relationships remain intact. The coalition is opposed to the current bill draft, which would mandate original equipment manufacturers of digital electronic equipment to make tools, parts, and documentation available to third-party repair providers. The effects of this bill would lead to both physical safety risks and threats to the security and privacy of the people of Maine. OEMs currently do offer a wide range of safe, secure, and affordable repair options through their authorized networks. Mandating that companies outsource their repair service to a third-party network prevents them from being able to fully stand behind their product's safety and security. That's their reputation. A 2021 study done by researchers at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada, found that personal data from computers was accessed at least 50% of the time when taken to a third-party repair shop. These violations disproportionately affected women, with female customers having their data accessed more often than their male counterparts. Concerningly, in some cases, the customer's data was not only accessed, but copied onto another device. I know that the Judiciary Committee here in the state of Maine has carried over 2 privacy bills, and this should be noted as a part of that discussion. A 2024 white paper done by UL Solutions found that 88% of aftermarket battery brands fail to meet regional safety standards. This trend of aftermarket batteries failing to meet safety requirements poses a significant threat to consumer safety, while also demonstrating that it is preferable for consumers to purchase repair equipment and services from the OEM. Manufacturers should be able to ensure that their products are repaired by professionals whom they trust, whom they know will go about the repair with safety and security as a top priority. The parts pairing language in this bill also jeopardizes the possibility of remote repair and reduces the level of security in a product. In addition, some OEMs would be at an advantage from a competition perspective. Any piece of legislation with regard to right to repair, in our opinion, should be technology neutral. Our members are dedicated to working with you to promote digital safety while rejecting unwarranted intervention, which would put the cybersecurity of Maine citizens at risk. It should be noted that there is model legislation to which 2 industry trade associations agreed. You've already heard discussion today about states that have adopted right to repair language that applies to digital products. Some of those states, the bills are very workable. Our member companies are complying with them already, as was mentioned by the gentleman testifying before me. Some of them, though, cause real problems with those that I've identified here today. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You mentioned that something in the bill gave the OEMs a competitive disadvantage. Can you speak to, can you
Sure.
say that a little?
Yes,
more about
that's the parts pairing language. There are situations where certain parts that a manufacturer puts into their products purposely marry up with the technology to protect security. For instance, your phone screen. As you know, you can access your software and the services on that device with facial recognition. Those pieces of technology, they have to marry up and work together in such a way to prevent unauthorized access. Parts pairing ensures that, or the language would take away that ability to ensure privacy and security.
Representative Lookner.
Yeah, thanks. This might be more appropriate for the work session, but when you say marry up, are you talking about fasteners, like different?
No, I'm talking about
how
software being able to communicate with each other and work together.
Yeah. So, but when we're talking about like replacing a screen, that's purely hardware. So how is that?
Well, the hardware works with the software, and they work together purposely to prevent others from being able to access that, to access facial recognition, et cetera. That's just one example.
Representative Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you doing today? I'm trying to think about how the best way to word this. You said something about, batteries being dangerous, replacement batteries that aren't. Wouldn't prohibiting the right to repair sort of be more encouragement of black market and dangerous products than having an open market? Because I feel like some of the things you referenced are illegal. And so those are things that are already against the law. So doing this wouldn't change the illegality of accessing somebody's information illegally, right?
No, that is true. But in some cases, if a laptop, and I'm not saying all 30 or third-party providers do this, of course, but there are bad actors out there that repair devices, and they'll take the information off a device, actually send it to places like China, et cetera, where the legal jurisdiction obviously gets cloudy.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So that happens all the time. I believe, with all sorts of apps that are on our phones. Data scraping happens a lot. So I'm still not sure how that the flags that the things you've raised as flags are affected by this law, besides the fact that all of that stuff sort of already happens.
Well, understood, but I would
Mhm.
offer the question, I don't think we should be enabling that to happen more often. I think we should be preventing that.
So, I'm sorry. Nah.
Last one.
It's okay. I think that we understand where I'm
Okay.
going. Thank you.
Sounds like we're starting to get into work session. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further question. And that is everyone who has signed up in opposition who's in the room. Was there anyone else who is in the room that wishes to speak in opposition? I had no one sign up neither for nor against. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak neither for nor against? And then we're going to go on Zoom next. Okay, we'll shift over to Zoom. And I'm going to ask our clerk to just go straight down the list that you've provided, starting with the in favors. We'll go in favor. So do you have that list or do you need it? Okay, thank you. We've got 6. There we go. Welcome. You are at the podium, the virtual podium. If you could introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, I'm here in opposition.
In
Is there-
opposition. Okay, so we'll come back to you in a moment. So the first person I have on the list who's in favor is Ali Mann. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. You are at the virtual podium.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Gare, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Ali Mann. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1908. 3 years ago, I started a group called Ripe for Repair in Portland, which I continue to help organize with a team of other volunteers, including Devin, who you heard from a little bit ago. I'm happy to report that enthusiasm for repair is alive and well in Portland, where every month anywhere between 30 and 100 of us gather to help each other fix lamps, clothes, furniture, bikes, shoes, toys, and small appliances. These repair meetups help us in a lot of ways. We save money, learn how all kinds of things work, get to know our neighbors, save things from the landfill, and learn to cooperate with folks who we may not agree with on some other things. At the risk of sounding too grandiose, community repair events like these, and versions of them exist in a growing number of places across the state, contain a lot of the remedies for what ails society these days. If this bill were to become law, it would indeed open up a large and growing category of consumer goods to our fixers. At the same time, it would, I believe, have an even more powerful effect, taking the practice of repair from the marginal and niche to the mainstream. Currently, despite the enthusiasm for repair at our events, in the world outside of repair cafes, it's an uphill battle against throwaway culture. People throw things away when they break for lots of reasons. Replacements can be cheap, people don't have the time for fixing, people are drawn to shiny new things. But the most common reason, I think, is a widespread general belief that nothing is fixable. The idea of planned obsolescence, that's come up already today, meaning the product is designed to fail so as to produce more profit for the manufacturer, is so dominant and ingrained that it becomes a self-defeating, self-fulfilling prophecy. It keeps people away from events like ours because they, often wrongly, assume that everything is junk and therefore unfixable, or things are just designed to fail, and that's that, end of story. The right to repair law in Maine would bring about a meaningful change in this attitude. By opening up a huge and growing group of consumer products to possible repair by regular people and small businesses, we have the chance to change the norm. This law would give regular people the opportunity to have some agency over our things, to better trust our purchases, to learn how things work, to strengthen our ties with our skilled neighbors and small businesses, and to start to see those things and maybe each other a little differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. You can promote the next person. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think I finally pushed all the correct buttons. Thank you, Chairs Curry and Gear, and it is my pleasure to be allowed to speak today. My name is Gay Gordon Byrne. I'm the Executive Director of the Digital Right to Repair Coalition. That's our official name. We're more commonly known as repair.org. Our organization is behind the bills in all 50 states. We were the first to present right to repair legislation other than for automobiles back in 2014. And it has been quite the experience shepherding probably over 700 bills across 50 different state legislatures. The scope of right to repair is multinational. We are not able to advance bills in Europe and Canada. They're advancing their own. We do not control those bills, but I can tell you, no matter who doesn't like it, it's coming, it's happening. There are laws already in the EU that have superseded some of the things that have been getting done in the US. For example, Apple changed their charge cords, not at our request, but because they demanded it in Europe. So there's a lot of experience behind what's going on in Maine. We have an enormously highly qualified set of board members. None of our board members are hired by manufacturers. They're all independent. They volunteer their time, and they are completely expert in their area. They were invited to join our board as experts, not because they were lobbyists. Meaning no offense to any of the lobbyists out there, but we aren't lobbyists. We are actual technology experts. For myself, I have had an entire lifetime of work in the enterprise IT community. I variously sold for Cisco, IBM, Oracle, HP, everybody. I was a branch manager. I had extensive business partner relationships, and I know how this whole business works. And I can tell you for sure, without going into the work session details, that manufacturers are responsible for designing their products to be secure. And they're designed to be secure while being repaired, because if a repair violated security, especially for a provider of security software, that would be a really bad thing. So they don't. They may claim that there's a cybersecurity risk to consumer data or to personal data or enterprise data or national security, but that's not their call. All of those responsibilities belong to the data owner. So let's not give anybody extra credit for blocking people from repairing things that they own. I think that's probably the biggest message I can convey in this short period of time is you bought it, you own it, it's yours, you can do whatever you want with it, and you do not hurt the OEM by doing that. You don't create cyber risk. You do not violate copyright law, patent law, trade secret law, or environmental law. All you do is you get the opportunity to fix the things you already bought. I'm happy to answer any questions. I would love to participate in the work session, but I know that we have a limited amount of time. So have at it. I'm here.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee members? I see no questions. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Fantastic. Members of committee, thank you for having me. My name is Kyle Weens. I am the CEO of iFixit. We are the internet's repair manual. I'm from the internet and I'm here to help. iFixit is the go-to place for how to learn how to fix everything. The Repair Cafe folks mentioned earlier, they use us along with 100,000 other Mainers used iFixit last year to learn how to fix something, whether it's a KitchenAid or an iPhone or a Cisco router. We are the kind of central clearinghouse for how to learn how to fix just about anything. And I've been working on right to repair legislation across all these states. And I'm often the technical go-to explainer. I'm a software engineer. So if you have questions about parts pairing or anything like that, I can help you sort through the details. One point of clarification from what the representative from Cisco said earlier, this bill in no way mandates the disclosure of source code. That is never the intent of this legislation. It's not been in any right to repair legislation. It's not required. Of course, for Cisco to sell their products in China, the Chinese government requires that they share their source code with them, but we would never do that in the US. This bill does not. If you look across the product categories that we're talking about, it is really important that we cover enterprise products. The enterprise, you think about this in use in government facilities. Well, we're talking about schools. We're talking about, can your elementary school fix their router? I mean, when I grew up going through school as a student, I was often involved in helping maintain infrastructure. That's how we learn. The biggest challenge that we have with repairing enterprise equipment right now is not necessarily access to parts, it's access to security updates. So the challenge that we see is you'll have a security vulnerability comes out, manufacturer issues a firmware update. Well, what we're seeing these enterprise manufacturers do is they'll say, we will not give the school security updates for their equipment unless they pay us to be on their authorized support contract, which means that the independent managed service providers across the state can't maintain the equipment themselves. And we've seen a number of cases in situations where manufacturers have been suing independent service providers for using their intellectual property, which is really just the security patches, the things that make this equipment secure. So there are significant cybersecurity benefits for this. If you have questions or are interested in more about cybersecurity, we have a group called Secure Repairs as a group of about 300 of the top cybersecurity experts in the country that are happy to weigh in. Also, the Federal Trade Commission issued a report nixing the fix, where they invited manufacturers, Cisco and all these other companies were invited to participate. And the FTC listened to all of their concerns, all the concerns that you've heard from Dusty Brighton and CTIA and others. They listened to all those concerns, they cataloged them all in the report, and they found that there was no substantive reason to prevent right to repair laws. And that report really then was the catalyst for the laws that you've seen around the country. Minnesota is and Colorado have gone the farthest. The Colorado bill is not going to be reversed. There's nothing pending to remove the enterprise equipment exemption in that bill or in that law. And we expect other states to follow suit and pass enterprise grade right to repair protections. We need this across the board. We need it to protect equipment in hospitals and schools. So I thank you very much for your consideration. The questions that you're asking are incisive. You're doing a great job. So super appreciate you working on this and protecting Mainer's right to repair.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Fluchner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for being here. I'm one of the 100,000 Mainers that used iFixit to replace the battery in this thing. I did crack the back plate.
Oh no!
But it still works fine, so I'm happy with that. Got the but anyway, the question I wanted to ask is, in Colorado, have you seen like an increase in cybersecurity threats or hacks or anything like that? Have we seen this like sort of doomsday scenario where these
Yeah.
enterprise systems are being attacked?
Yeah, great question. And the answer is no. And what we expect to see is as more updates are being made available, access to diagnostic tooling, as people can maintain their equipment better. Maintenance, you think about maintenance is about taking a product that has a defect and restoring it to original operation. That includes maintaining and fixing security vulnerabilities. So no, the more people we can get firmware patches and security fixes into the hands of, the more secure these products will be. And I think we're seeing that borne out. All of the sky is falling objections have been proved to be false as we roll these bills out. In one state, manufacturers said that if right to repair passed, it would turn that state into a mecca for hackers, and that hasn't happened.
Representative Gear.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Weems. I'm curious as to your perspective on something that has been raised a little bit earlier today, which is the idea of people repairing electronic devices inappropriately, accessing folders and privacy issues. And it would seem to me that this could be whether you were in a big repair center somewhere or whether you were a local person, that risk would still be there. So I guess I'm just wondering how, from the right to repair perspective, that whole issue of privacy being a concern, how that might play into your support for the bill.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something that's really important. Some manufacturers, like Google, has actually rolled out a repair mode where you can put your software, your phone into repair mode before you give it to the repair technicians. So they don't have access to your data, which is wonderful. We think that's great. But in general, you take your car into a mechanic, you're giving them your car and everything that's in it, including the data and your contacts on your radio, right? So you have to trust the person that's fixing it. If you're in a situation where you don't trust a mechanic, I would suggest the most guaranteed way to make sure that your data is completely private is to do the repair yourself. Right, the representative fixes his phone himself. No one else has control over it. I heard when Harrison Ford gets his devices repaired, his bodyguard goes with the device and follows it all the way through and watches everything happen with the device. I think that's a pretty reasonable strategy if you could afford it. So it certainly is a concern. There have been cases where there was a case where a Apple authorized repair center a couple of years ago was taking photos off devices and posting them to Facebook, which is completely beyond the pale. So you're always going to have challenges in any repair context. I think the more options that we give people so they can choose. Consumers should have a choice. Do you want to go to the manufacturer? Do you want to go to an independent? Do you want to do it yourself? That gives people a spectrum of options to protect the privacy the way that they choose.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions. Thank you. And with that is, I think that is the last person we have speaking in favor. Okay, if we'll shift over to those speaking in opposition.
Just waiting for permission to turn on my camera. There we are.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And I want to apologize. It is entirely possible that I clicked the wrong button this morning. I intended to be there with you in person, but had some car trouble this morning. So thank you for allowing me to appear virtually. My name is Chris Gilrain. I represent TechNet. We are a industry association of over 100 companies in the innovation ecosystem here in opposition to LD 1908. I represent the Northeast for TechNet, which is New England and New York. I'm based in Massachusetts. You have heard from the proponents that part of this bill is about reducing e-waste. I believe linked in the testimony of the Repair Done Right Coalition, you'll find links to a Yale study that found that E-waste peaked in 2015 and has declined every year since. The EPA's solid waste data shows that electronics are the fastest shrinking part of the municipal solid waste burden. And it makes sense, right? There are so many options now for you to get value for your old devices, whether it's trading in directly to the OEM or carriers or businesses that operate the automated kiosks where you can get cash for old devices. There's been a massive investment in building a more circular economy when it comes to these things. Manufacturers are making investments in greening the entire value chain, from parts sourcing to reusing old devices, and authorized repair networks are a key part of that. Independent shops are not part of that circular economy. You will also hear that this is about consumer choice. Consumers already have the choice to take their devices to a retail location, authorized or independent shops, and TechNet member companies have made significant advancements in enabling consumers to fix their own gear at home. At the end of the day, this bill is largely about the state-mandated transfer of intellectual property from one corporate entity to another. Our strong preference is that the committee does not see fit to move this bill forward and add to what is a growing patchwork of compliance. Understanding that we can't always get what we want. However, TechNet would greatly appreciate the opportunity to engage in any subsequent work sessions if the committee does choose to move forward to discuss some of the best practices that we've seen in states that have moved forward with this type of legislation. Appreciate your time. And again, thank you for having me virtually.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Curry, Chair Gear, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dan Moyer, and I represent the Consumer Technology Association and testifying in opposition to LD 1908. CTA is a trade association representing the U.S. consumer technology industry, and our members include manufacturers of the devices subject to the provisions of this bill. We're concerned that this bill, as written, would contribute to a patchwork of varying repair requirements emerging across the United States, and we encourage Maine not to move forward with this language, given its differences with existing laws in other states. This patchwork creates compliance challenges for manufacturers and could be a field day for attorneys. Our top concern with this bill is the enforcement mechanism under Maine Unfair Trade Practices Act, which enables consumers to file private lawsuits against manufacturers. The focus of repair laws should be on increasing access to repair options for consumers, not increasing litigation costs for manufacturers or putting companies at risk of inconsistent interpretation of laws across jurisdictions. Enforcement mechanisms should be given solely to the Attorney General in line with current repair laws across the United States. We're also concerned with the retroactive nature of the requirements in the bill, which states that the provisions are applicable to equipment sold or in use in the state after July 2021. Requirements placed on manufacturers should be forward-looking in nature and not retroactive. We recommend a grace period for new products to come into compliance at least 1 year from the time the product is first sold in the state. If this bill remains unchanged, it would be more expansive than what we've seen in other states, and we recommend language from other states, such as applying to manufactured for the first time or first sold or used in the state. At minimum, Maine should align with the terms that are existing in other laws. We also have concerns around the scope of the bill. This bill should be limited just to equipment sold at retail for personal and household use only, not products sold under business to business or business to government contracts. We also have some concerns with definitions such as fair and reasonable, and we've submitted written testimony to the committee that outlines our issues in detail. So we strongly encourage the committee not to move forward with the current language, especially given the extremely concerning private right of action provision, which moves focus away from providing repair opportunities to consumers and into the courts. We've developed model language in conjunction with TechNet, and we'd welcome the opportunity in the future to discuss how to align this bill with industry's position on repair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, thanks for being here. Can you talk about this, the issue of private right of action as it relates to the laws that have been enacted in the other states? Which states don't have it and which states do?
So most states have enforcement under the Attorney General. The only state where there's a little bit of a gray area is Colorado, where the statute doesn't explicitly say how enforcement is. It simply says that the law, any violation of the law is a deceptive trade practice. And there's a note in in the sort of committee staff work saying that it would apply to the state's Unfair Trade Practices Act, which does have the option for a private right of action, but no state has a direct grant of a private private right of action within the statute directly.
So so this proposal has that specifically, and it does not mirror what's law in any other state.
Right. I believe that's under violations. It says that any violation is a violation of the Mayor Unfair Trade Practices Act, which does have the private right.
And could you just elaborate on why you think it's a good idea that people can't look after their own rights rather than rely on a government agency to do that?
So I think our concern is that this just opens it up to basically bounty hunting by trial lawyers. And we found that enforcement by the state's attorney general seems to be a reasonable way of making sure that the citizens' rights are enforced while not just having this bogged down in benefiting attorneys.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Thank you very much. And I'm going to check in. We have one more. One more. Great. Welcome. You have the floor.
Oh, good morning. Chairs Curry, Gear, and Senator Tipton. My name is Mark Arata. I am Director of Government Affairs for the National Electrical Manufacturers Association, or NEMA. NEMA represents the interests of over 300 leading manufacturers in the electro industry. In Maine, that means over 3,000 jobs with labor income exceeding $264 million. A major part of NEMA's work is to provide policy leadership and market intelligence, along with setting standards for the industry for safe, efficient, innovative electrical products. Today, with software, firmware embedded in so many products, the safe, efficient, and innovative electrical products that are making our future, we are very concerned about intellectual property that NEMA companies may develop at risk. Protecting proprietary intellectual property is a priority for OEMs. Companies spend multiple years and significant amounts of money to develop, manufacture their products. Importantly, the current language requires disclosure of trade secrets, quote, as necessary to perform diagnosis, maintenance, or repair on fair and reasonable terms, unquote. This would force OEMs to expose firmware IP for repair activities and would be significant and potentially damaging to your business. NEMA would strongly encourage you to remove this language as 1500Z3A Clause 2, as this change would protect trade secrets in every instant and not create exception. This issue is currently before the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. NEMA has many companies that manufacture lighting components as well. LD 1908 does not specifically address this area. Right to repair electronic laws are very clearly intended for consumer personal electronics, as stated by the author earlier today. Because there are so many different terms, along with many definitions, including the extremely general digital electronic equipment, the language in LD 1908 is so broad, we believe this legislation unintentionally puts consumer products like smart light bulbs and lighting equipment within its scope. There is a strong precedent set by National Electrical Code against repairability of lighting products. Quote, reconditioned luminaires, lamp holders, ballast, LED drivers, lamps, and retrofit kits shall not be permitted. We believe that all lighting products should be exempted, especially products the manufacturer had not intended to be repairable. This issue can be easily remedied by inserting "and light bulbs, lighting equipment, and systems" in Section 4D, where various electrical gear is addressed. While not specifically stated, purpose of this legislation seems to be aimed at products relating to consumer, which you've heard before. If so, it'd be extremely helpful and appropriate to be clear that this legislation is not intended to affect business to business or business to government. That could be addressed by amending 1500Z, adding wording that says that these type of transactions do not apply. As a former legislator, I clearly understand the challenges you face in balancing various interests and avoiding unintended consequences, so I thank you for your time and attention. Our members take these issues very seriously, and NEMA is committed to working with Senator Tipton and members of the committee as you proceed with deliberations on this. For this reasoned outline in my testimony, NEMA is in opposition to LD 1908 in its current form and encourage the committee to take a careful look at the suggestions we have made to amend language. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? And that Senator Tipping, by the way, is the bill sponsor. Tipping.
Tipping. Did I?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you very much. I'll ask our clerk, do we have anyone else who has signed up online to give testimony? Nope. Last call for anyone in the room who wishes to give testimony. Having heard all public testimony, we'll now close the public hearing for LD 1908, and we'll thank the bill sponsor for and all those who gave testimony today. I understand our bill sponsor for LD 287 is on his way, so we are gonna sit tight for a little bit until he arrives.
Well done. And I have two online.
Two online.
Yeah, doing good. Thank you. Feels very good. Like, seriously. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened.
Chip.
No, I reached out to Right, oh yeah, everybody's so crazy. You know, a lot of this.
Oh, he did a great job. That was awesome. Yeah. Great job. That's awesome.
But certainly I told him, I said, you know, I love that.
Well, it's like this.
And I plan to. I know too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ready to check.
Yeah.
Yep. We're good. See where everybody is. Good. Yeah. All right. We're good. All right. Got a few more on this.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we see you on.
So Representative Lee is in judiciary and everything to vote on something, so he's. Yeah, he's. Okay. So yes, I think we're. Oh, yes, definitely.
It's like my favorite color in the whole world.
Sorry.
I'll figure it out.
You can see what? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, just didn't want.
I got you.
All right.
I mean, I think I know what you're talking about, but. Yep.
That's the one I have.
It's good to see you.
You too.
Good.
First,
Great.
but it's
How does the little one enjoy Christmas?
He's-
Is he quite old enough?
He is, yeah. He is almost 2. He'll be 2 in March. Everything is ho ho ho. Everything Christmas related.
That's
is
what-
ho,
that's
ho,
what
ho,
Evan and I did
including
earlier.
anyone who has a beard, which has led to some awkwardness. Like, he sees people with beards and he's like, ho ho ho. It's like, that's not Santa Claus, I meant.
That's so cute.
Christmas tree is ho ho ho.
Feel my face.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Glad it went well.
Thank you.
I don't even remember.
I just saw Sam earlier and then Grayson's here, so it's like almost.
The corner.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get restarted with our second public hearing of the day. We're going to open up public hearing for the public hearing for LD 287, an act to require and encourage safe interconnected transportation construction projects. We welcome our bill sponsor, Representative Lee.
Hello.
Welcome.
Again, my apologies and thank you all for your patience. The Judiciary Committee members can, as you probably know, be somewhat loquacious. And that's what I've been dealing with. Senator Curry, Representative Gear, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Adam Lee. I represent House District 89, which is a part of Auburn that was once a bustling downtown, unfortunately and tragically destroyed during urban renewal in the 60s and 70s. Our downtown was divided by an arterial highway and saw many of its traditional downtown buildings demolished in favor of suburban-style development and modes of transportation that privilege vehicular travel over all other modes of transportation. Our 4-lane Court Street so discourages pedestrian and bicycle travel that people who would walk in Portland, Boston, or virtually any other city instead choose to drive. Our prime real estate, which should garner outdoor cafes, mixed retail, and badly needed safe and affordable housing, instead serve as unsightly drive-through ATMs, chain restaurants, and unused, unneeded parking lots. We know this form of transportation and development makes us less safe. Pedestrian fatalities are on the rise. It also makes our children less healthy. In 1969, for instance, 49% of children walked or biked to school. Today, that number is around 10%. It deprives us of value. Complete streets, on the other hand, increase employment, new business, property values, and private sector investments. It also harms our environment and general standard of living. Knowing that this is the short session, I think it's important to narrow our work to only our highest priorities. So you can consider this a sponsor's amendment, if you will. I'm asking you to only consider Section 2 of the bill. So you can draw a big old X on Section 1 of the bill and limit your considerations in the future to only Section 2 of it. This bill takes the important step of prioritizing state Department of Transportation funding for those projects that provide for multimodal transportation, encourage mixed land use, encourage infill development, facilitate dense housing, provide walkable neighborhoods, preserve open space, wetlands, parks, farms, and woodlands, and encourages community and public participation. This committee knows better than any that the type of development encouraged by this bill is highly beneficial to the state's economic development and resolving the state's housing shortage. The priorities that this bill outlines are precisely the priorities that the housing policies advanced by the last 2 legislatures have encouraged. Unfortunately, our transportation funding decisions seem to provide no consideration for advancing these housing policies. Our housing and transportation policies need to be more effectively aligned. This bill is an opportunity to do that. MDOT will offer testimony that this legislation is somehow simultaneously duplicative of the work it already does and is somehow preclude them from doing its work. Both of these things can't be true. I appreciate that MDOT has, to its credit, created a number of internal documents that voice support and mechanisms for implementing complete streets and multimodal transportation. That's great. The issue I see is that those values and policies are not visible in the project funding decisions made by MDOT. I trust that MDOT shares the values articulated in this bill, and I look forward to working with them to create a bill or series of bills that provide accountability to those values. This bill seeks to make a modest and important impact on the safety, health, economic strength, and environment of the city I love. It seeks to improve the safety, health, economic strength, and environment of the state we all love. I hope you vote out to pass. I look forward to answering any questions you have and contributing anything else you need for the work session.
Thank you very much, Representative Lee. Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Representative Lee. Just a question, because you speak about MDOT a lot in here. Have you spoken with anyone at DECD about this bill at all, or other economic development agencies about their input?
I have not.
Okay.
I'd love to hear their input on this bill as well.
Are there other questions? Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I appreciate the focus because I'm with you in the short session. It leaves to the department to determine how to prioritize
Correct.
funding decisions, bringing those criteria up to the top of the list. Is that
Absolutely,
correct?
absolutely. I think one of the things that's lacking presently is that there are a number of internal documents that tell us that these are parts of considerations of the work that they're doing, but it's hard to understand for anyone who's looking at the funding of those projects how those decisions are being implemented. And so this requires MDOT to return to us with a process for how they're incorporating these things so that they can be accountable to the state's policymaking entity, the legislature.
Are there other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
We'll now go to hear public testimony from those in support of the bill, and I'll ask Josh Caldwell to come forward. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's good to be back before you. Senator Curry, Representative Geer, and members of the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Josh Caldwell. I am a climate policy advocate with the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and we are the largest environmental advocacy organization in the state, representing over 20,000 supporters statewide. In preparing this testimony, I was looking at the entirety of the bill and do want to speak to the value of active transportation as it pertains to our climate goals, in addition to project selection criteria that we think align with smart growth ideals. So I will go through some of that with you, but recognize that the contents may be changed during work session. I'm honored to be a member of the Transportation Working Group with the Maine Climate Council. As you probably know, transportation is the most polluting sector in the state of Maine, and our climate action plan identifies reducing pollution from transportation as Plan A in that plan. One of the 4 primary decarbonization strategies is to invest in public, active, and shared transportation, which includes a commitment to expand active transportation infrastructure and identify and map priority routes for walking and biking. I want to emphasize here that while independent standalone active transportation projects are well and good and will be needed to get to our climate goals, we need to systematize the consideration of safety for pedestrians and for active transportation in all of the work that we do to improve our transportation system. And the first part of the bill really spoke to that need. I also want to note that transportation infrastructure induces demand. So if you build something, people will come. That's true of building roads. If we build roads, it will induce demand for driving, which increases our emissions and increases traffic congestion. The same is also true, though, for transit and active transportation. If you build transit and active transportation systems, people will use those systems more, especially if they feel safe doing so, which many do not currently. So we think that this type of dependable, systematized investment is really sensible to consider. Our second priority here is cost savings for Mainers, and I'll point to a specific study that just came out from the Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI, that found that Maine could save $86 million per year by 2050 by building 460 miles of protected bike lane alongside 79 miles of new bus rapid transit. These are attainable goals, and they would reduce costs for Mainers and Maine taxpayers by reducing wear and tear on roads, mitigating climate damage, reducing congestion, and lowering long-term road building and maintenance costs. I just want to finish out here. The last time I was before you, I was speaking to the climate benefits of smart growth principles and incorporating those into particularly our comprehensive planning and housing policies. I think the same just needs to be true for our transportation policies. If our transportation project selection criteria aren't aligned with the selection criteria we have for municipalities as they plan comprehensively, or for housing and zoning, then we'll simply have a disjointed, inefficient, and costly system. Whereas if we prioritize project selection according to the principles that this committee very much has already enshrined in the growth management law, we think that'll result in development that is smarter and more aligned with our statewide goals. So I'll finish there.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Chair Gier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being with us again, Mr. Caldwell. Specifically with regard to the Climate Action Plan Working Group on Transportation, how has the DOT been involved, if they have, and how do they weigh in on this issue from their perspective and looking at the climate action?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been involved with DOT quite directly, largely because Joyce Taylor, with Maine DOT Chief Engineer and now Deputy Director, is the chair of the Transportation Working Group. So we have a lot of really productive conversations amongst the 40 members who represent very different interests on that working group. We've also worked on a lot of legislation back and forth with Maine DOT and recognize that there are still some tensions around project selection in particular. I recognize that. Maine DOT uses an asset management project selection criteria that they can describe more to you in their testimony today. But largely what we hear is that selection process is pretty internal, and transit operators and active transportation advocates are regularly advocating for more transparency in that project selection process so that people can see why certain projects are prioritized over others. I'll note too that one thing that has worked in other states, such as Virginia, and could be considered for amendment in this legislation, is that road maintenance and projects that are primarily concerned with maintaining existing infrastructure could be exempted from this project selection criteria. And it could be sensible to only apply a project selection criteria to new projects that are going to expand capacity, because those are really the projects that we're focused on. Maine DOT does a really remarkable job of maintaining and upkeeping our transportation system, and the asset management selection process makes a lot of sense with the experts that they have in-house. But in order to ensure that any new projects are aligned with our statewide goals, we continue to call for greater transparency in how those projects are selected.
Can I just follow on,
please?
That's super helpful. So thank you for that. I'm also thinking generally as I look out at Maine's infrastructure challenges, I think it's very concerning to me because I think we have a lot of big infrastructure challenges kind of coming to the fore.
True.
And I would just ask, when you think about the criteria that are outlined in the list, how can we best use those DOT dollars to support those goals? Which ones would you prioritize within that list?
Okay, that's a great question. First, we are facing, the Maine Center for Economic Policy projects a $280 million shortfall in our highway fund by 2027. So that is something that we will have to resolve. And I think the resolution of that could be the right crux for us to consider what project selection criteria come along with new revenue to fill that gap, right? For us, I think the good thing is that we are affirmed in the knowledge that a lot of the climate solutions are also the lowest cost solutions. We saw, for example, with culvert repair, that the culverts that were properly sized and allowed for fish passage were not wiped out during the 2023 and 2024 storms, whereas those that were appropriately sized with climate resilience funding, remained intact. So the long-term savings that you get from making those investments up front are really high. I think for us, the number one thing is access for all users to transit and active transportation. One of the things in the Climate Action Plan that is really integral to hitting our climate action goals is reducing vehicle miles traveled by 20%. So in addition to electrifying our vehicles, which we are doing and continue to work with DOT on, we also have to reduce our dependency on cars. And so increasing funding for transit and increasing funding for active transportation not only reduces wear and tear on the roads, but also reduces the need to continue to build out a transportation system that is reliant on cars and that is ultimately very expensive to continually maintain over time.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Representative Golek, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Cheryl Golick. I'm the representative of House District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick. Forgive me for coming in so late, but I was in work sessions in another committee room. Thank you.
Lot happening all over the State House.
Pretty much.
One day prior to the start. So with that, is there anyone else in the room who wishes to give testimony in support of LD 287? Welcome.
Is there a sheet there? I don't even...
It's up here already.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm Bill Ferdinand. I'm a lawyer in Brunswick. I represent the Maine Transit Association. They uploaded, you got testimony there. The reason that we wanted to take this opportunity to talk about this bill is to emphasize a couple of things that Josh was just talking about, that as we encourage towns to build more dense development and build infrastructure to support that development, we need to make sure that the transit systems are in there to support that level of density. This committee and the legislature is really pushing for places to become much more dense than they are now and limiting parking spots and things like that. So really calling in the need for transit systems to be able to move people around within towns and between towns. So as we look at the help that we give municipalities and what DOT works with municipalities on, we need to make sure that the transit systems are moving up in priority to make sure that we're providing those transportation systems for the people that we're going to live there, that we want to be in these communities. So they wanted to use this bill as an opportunity to talk about that and put it on your radar screen. So it's something that hasn't been in the past. We usually think of sewer and water and stormwater and all the things like that for development, but the transportation systems at the levels that we're talking about now will become more important. So. Okay.
Thank you very much. I wrote your name down.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Chair Gear.
Thank you. And thanks for bringing this perspective to the discussion. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So today, if DOT is looking at a proposal for something in a community, is it correct to say that the Maine Transit Association or transit as a topic is not typically considered or is part of that discussion? Or how is that really just dependent on the individual?
They really don't necessarily come together. We have a transit plan and they'll look at areas and try to figure out how do we move people with transportation, whether it's demand response or routes or vans, things like that. They don't necessarily look at it as going into a place, okay, how do we meet the transportation needs of this community? Combination of roads, all these things together. And I think this bill is trying to pull those things together. So not just DOT, but the community itself, because oftentimes the community is the one that has the impetus for the need for the transportation. They find a congested area or something like the DOT is responding to. But as they work together, making sure that the transit system is right up there and thinking alongside, how do we move cars? Well, how do we move people with or without cars, right? And that's really what we're trying to do. So.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. And we will shift over to those in opposition and we'll start with Jake LaChance.
I do know the department is here as well. I'll defer to you, Senator, on how you want to do that.
I'm happy to go with the department if the department would like to go first.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah. Good
It
afternoon,
is.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name's Dale Doughty. I'm the Acting Commissioner for the Maine Department of Transportation. I'm going to go a little bit off script. You have my testimony, but based on the discussion from the sponsor, we'll maybe go a little different way. And we can, if it's your desire, we can certainly delve into those deeper during work session. So, I'm going to talk a little bit there. This is an oversimplification, but there's really two kinds of project processes that go on in the department when it comes to highway and bridge. The first process is really about asset management. And the testimony I handed you talks a little bit about that. So it's everything from refurbishing a bridge to, paving highways, those kind of things, keeping the shingles on the roof kind of stuff. And we're going to talk a little bit in a moment about some new processes we've put in place to bring and embed some of the things that this bill attempts to do into those processes. But a lot of times it's paving a rural road in the middle place where there's really not that kind of a thing. But other times is paving roads in Auburn on Center Street or Court Street, which we have some of the other things we'll talk about in a moment. And then the second one are really those transformative projects where you're going into a town, working with that town very closely to understand what their long-term vision is, whether that's bringing that back to kind of a human scale, making it walkable, making it supportive of high-density housing and those sorts of things. So I'll talk about both of those processes a little bit and some of the things that have changed at the department over the last decade, but probably accelerating in the last few years that really do meet the goals. The goals in LD 287 are things that the department holds dear, and we are working within the constraints that we have to meet most of those. This legislation is largely duplicative of existing practices and policies, and we'll talk about that in a moment. The department's engineering staff the department has historically opposed legislation that earmarks or sets priorities, particularly outside of the Transportation Committee. Many of the goals in LD2 we embrace, and we're already addressing through things like the department's village partnership. I talked a little bit about the department focusing on the transformative. We have a whole series of programs that are really driven by municipalities for their future vision, whether that's high-density housing with transit, whether that's, and just some examples. So these are usually shared programs. There's a village partnership program. There's the business partnership program. There's a new program based around bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, all of those programs that are really driven by the department. And they're very successful. They're very popular with municipalities all the way from Madawaska to Kittery. So some of those that you might drive through, as you drive through them, some of the ideals of this legislation might come to you. So some rural ones, if you drive through Naples or Freiburg or Belgrade in the last 5 or 10 years, you'll see a lot of the things that this bill espouses to do in those communities. If you want to go look at some urban ones, drive through downtown Ogunquit or right here in Hollowell, and you'll see a lot of the things that this bill espouses to in urban communities. And it's those shared vision types of processes we've gone through. A couple of others that are coming up very soon. We have grants for. We're trying to get the grant agreement written with Federal Highway, and we'll have them relatively soon. Windham and Sanford. So Windham 302 has stripped out, much like what we just heard about in Auburn over the years. Windham came to us, went through a planning process. We received a grant, and hopefully we'll be building that in the next year if Federal Highway signs off on the agreement, where we're actually going to build a pair of backage roads. Take 302 and have 302 really be the vehicular access and make mobility like it should be on a piece of NHS, but build these backage roads and have bicycles, pedestrians, businesses, instead of facing that arterial highway that's kind of just grown into that over the years, much like Center Street in Auburn, have those face backwards. It'll also allow Windham to add water and sewer so that they have, at least sewer, so at least they have an ability to have that density of businesses or density of housing that they'd like to see. Sanford, Sanford's an old mill town, and you might look at Sanford and it's the spokes on a hub on a wheel, like many mill towns, right? And that's gone through its 20th century, 21st century changes. This brings most of those spokes back, adds bicycle pedestrian facilities, adds a park, adds pedestrian connections around the old mill ponds, and makes that attractive to have that housing be effective again in that old mill town. That's another one we have a grant for, and I'm hoping we can sign an agreement with Federal Highway in the next few months. Both of those have to be obligated and moving forward in the fall of 26, so those are coming fairly soon. We are very, very aggressive at looking for special federal funding through congressionally directed spending and through grant programs. And those are really focused on a lot of the ideals and the visions that municipalities have in these areas. Special federal funding, Maine is extremely successful in securing those, and we're successful because we're working with a municipality, and it's both Congress likes that the municipality and so does Federal Highway like that the municipality and DOT are on the same page. We've built programs like the Village Partnership we talked about, Business Partnership, where it's a third. A good example of where we're using the business partnership is a lot of people have heard of Rock Row in Westbrook and the development there. So very large development, lots of businesses, lots of recreational types of things, and high density housing all knit together. We're using those programs to help with bicycle, pedestrian, and transit connections into that Rock Row so that they can continue to move towards that vision, which was shared with Westbrook and with a developer. We talked a lot about the department working closely with municipalities on those transformational, but we work closely on every paving project, especially in urban center, trying to improve bicycle pedestrian facilities and also improve transit. A lot of these, like Sanford, have strong transit elements built into these projects.
I think we're starting to get into what we might be asking you in work session.
In work session, yep.
I'll ask if you want to summarize.
I will wrap it up. You know, this section 2 of this bill does affect transportation funding. You know, and we believe that's something that we think the Transportation Committee should also be involved with. So that's something we want to talk with them about. We did made a connection with a sponsor this week, Megan Russo, who's our legislative aide. We'll probably have a conversation with him between now and the work session and see if we can find some common ground as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm sorry.
Question. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today, what is the process by which those things you mentioned?
Sure.
You know, and the things that are listed, some of which are listed here,
Mhm.
but, you know, walkable downtowns, visible things. My understanding is that you've got sort of these initiatives that are grant programs like Complete Streets or Village Partnership. But how in the bigger picture of planning, if you're looking at, say, a region, right? Because most of the stuff, really the big investments are regional, right? How are people getting around in a region? How does that conversation happen currently? Because the tension I hear is you guys are like, we got this covered, and continue to hear from a lot of people, not just the people in this room, but a lot of people about, yeah, but not really. And so if that conversation comes up around a regional plan, how do these elements get introduced and treated today with regard to transit, pedestrian, bicycling?
Sure. So there's a couple. We talked a little bit about the asset management stuff. Those are usually not as regional, although we check our regional plans, which I'll describe in a moment, to see if they match, and with our regional partners. But if we're paving a street in Augusta, like out here on Capitol Street, that's kind of isolated. We look at the plan to see if there's something that we haven't accomplished yet, but we also talk with the municipality about what their long-term desires are. For the transformational thing, there's a variety of ways that occurs. First, our family of plans. So we have a transit plan, we have a bicycle pedestrian plan, we have a transit plan, we have a freight plan, and those are all wrapped into one master plan. Development of those are working with the regional commissions, we're working with municipalities, we're working with groups like Josh's. Josh was a big part of developing the transit plan. So we work with all them to develop the plan. Then those transformational projects, well, all projects, but particularly those, are built around ensuring that those are consistent with the plans and advancing the plans. One thing that is a little bit off topic but close, that's in the plan, for instance, is really a recognition, and we have another group working on this right now, is that rural transit, rural mobility for people who have mobility challenges is different now than when I was 15 or 20. Families all lived in a little, the brother, the father, the sister would take grandma in to get whatever she needed in Bangor medical. That's different now. The family structure is different. Transportation needs to have plans for how that mobility works. And there's infrastructure associated with that. There's human infrastructure too. So all those things are kind of in that transition. Those plans are also taken into account on a regional basis when we work with a community on their village partnership or their BPI or Rock Row we talked about. How does that fit into the regional sense of transit? How does that fit into the regional sense of bicycle pedestrian mobility? All those conversations are going on at that time. Unfortunately, the funding around some of those things is somewhat limited. And I think that's where some of the disappointment comes. Maybe it's less about the conversation happened about whether we can get it funded, whether we can get the grants, whether we can bring down the funding to be able to expand.
And just to follow on, if I might.
Sure.
And the thing I still struggle with is I hear what you're saying. My question is the how. So if in fact it's some sort of a project as opposed to an asset management issue. If you have someone saying we need a new road here, how does the transit part of that conversation and alternative modes of transportation get involved in the decision making and then get scored in the funding? So maybe again, this might be for the work session, but if we could get a better understanding about how that fits in, because this is where the committee structure doesn't help us, right? Yes, DOT should be the Transportation Committee should be involved in this discussion. But the challenge that we face as a state and as a country is because these decisions have become so siloed, we're not thinking about housing strategy and community development and economic development strategy in addition in coordination with our transportation strategy. So that's what I really want to get a sense of is that the specific mechanisms and how that leads to scoring and success in either awarding grants or other forms of funding.
So we'll get into the details during the work session, but I'll just give you an example. A year or so ago, or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, for over the last number of years, the Turnpike was looking at the Gorham Connector. That there's a term that leads you to believe where it's headed, right? That wasn't going in a good place for a lot of reasons, locally, regionally, statewide. And part of it was just what you're describing. The department has taken that back and we've kicked off a process where we're bringing stakeholder groups from housing, from workforce development, from mobility, from transit, and active transportation. Those are all coming together in a long-term study about how from the greater Portland area west to Gorham and beyond Standish, how do all those mechanisms work? One of the things I harp on all the time, transportation is about networks and systems. How are those systems going to integrate? So bringing all those stakeholders in, really trying to look at what tools make sense for out there. It might be a connector, it might not. It might be enhanced transit. It could be lots of different things. So that conversation goes on. A plan comes out of that in a year or more. And then those are scored, or we look for funding opportunities derived at that large region. So that's how those conversations. So we can bring some specifics
If you
around
could bring
that.
some specific
We absolutely will.
documentation about how that process is
Absolutely.
communicated to people and then how it runs, and that would be very
I would be
helpful
happy
for the
to
work
do that.
session. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Have a great day.
And we'll go to Jake LaChance. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, my name is Jake LaChance. I know I've spoken to you folks in the past in a different capacity, but over the summer, I took over as the executive director for the Maine Better Transportation Association, replacing longtime executive director Maria Fuentes, who I'm sure you've all had plenty of interactions with over the course of her 35 years of service. I am here today to testify in opposition of LD 287. And we definitely agree with a lot of the points that the department made in terms of what they're already doing and the harmonious relationship that they have between public partners, private partners, and the continuous conversations that are always happening throughout there. Because of the scaled down nature of the bill, as presented by the sponsor, I will kind of trim this down a little bit. But one thing that I did want to also bring to the committee is the fear from my members, which is a ton of the construction and infrastructure firms that work on all these projects throughout the state, engineering firms, all modes of transportations that are represented by not only vehicle, but bike, pedestrian, air, ferry, you name it, our members are a part of it, is really the statewide implications that this could have by having an umbrella effect of what the specific mandated criteria would mean. I think we all know that each community in the state of Maine is unique in its needs. I think they all need something different. I think they all have different priorities that should be factored into those decision-making processes. And we think the Department of Transportation does a really great job in addressing what those needs are for each individual community. And while Auburn may not be the same as what the needs and such may be for a town in the western part of the state or northern or what have you. So while and I actually couldn't agree more with the gentleman that testified first here in terms of access of transportation to various parts of the state where there are areas that are booming. And there have been projects in the near past that have been really great with that. You see the 395 connector up in the Bangor Brewer area and how that accesses the western part of the state. Or excuse me, the eastern part of the state. Those types of things are super important. And I think the DOT definitely prioritizes and takes a look at each project when they go through this process. So I would also echo the point that the Transportation Committee, in terms of the allocation of transportation funds, is really the committee of we feel as though is the committee of jurisdiction to when you start making the prioritization and allocations of those funds, the Transportation Committee, we feel as though should absolutely have a very heavy part in this conversation as well. So I believe that that is my time and happy to answer any questions.
I have no questions. Congratulations on the job change.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And likewise,
thanks.
I spoke privately, but in public, great to see you in your new role.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. I reading this bill and it's scaled back version even, I'm a little concerned as someone who represents rural Maine that the bill, would actually have the effect of prioritizing transportation projects in more developed areas. Because, most of the state routes and the state investments going through my district are not on, some of them go through towns and whatnot, villages, but many of them are, wouldn't fit these criteria. And so I worry about this being effectively, the way it's written, a means of rewarding more urban, to the extent Maine has urban areas, but, more developed areas, more developed towns. And I think I see the purposes for this bill, but can you reflect on that? You did a little bit in your testimony. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for that observation and question. I definitely don't disagree with that. And I think that's kind of what speaks to every community in Maine has different priorities and different needs that they need. When the developers or engineers or the infrastructure folks that are bidding on these projects from the DOT go through this process and they see a potential out in Oxford County for being able to move goods and services in a more efficient, time-effective, cost-effective way. My worry is the same as yours, where if this is a very umbrella approach that we're going to be taking, and if that's a super big need for that area of the state, but then there's hurdles to jump through of throwing a sidewalk on a bypass or it's just something that doesn't fit the nature of what we're doing. Obviously, the DOT wouldn't pursue that in terms of what they're marking up for a project. But it's considerations that need to be made and could very well, in a hypothetical scenario, put that lower on the list. So all that to be said, I would share your concerns.
And if I could follow up, I mean, the question I should have asked this to the commissioner, but since you're here,
very much not the commissioner, by the way. I don't
but
wanna
it says shall
construe that.
prioritize for funding.
Yeah.
That's the word, right? Prioritize for funding. That means that, in my means that you're weighing things and this one takes the head of the line because this other project doesn't do that. Is there some subtlety of language here that I'm missing, or is that really what it says?
No, the way that we and my members that I've talked to about this particular bill have read this and looked at it, I would say you're spot on there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chair-
Absolutely.
Chair Gear, thought you were off the seat.
Yep, just
All good.
had to jump in with my follow on from my previous questions,
Sure.
which is I hope that there is some consensus that one of the things we need to do better as a state is to coordinate investments in all of the things we've been housing, economic development, transportation, so that we are getting the most bang for our bucks.
Sure.
Would the group that you now represent have any perspective on how better to do that? Because what I hear you saying, I want to make sure I understand, is everything's good. We're good right now. And we like the process the way it is. Are there areas where there would be insight, and you can provide this for the work session if that would be better, but ideas on how to improve it so that we do align better outcomes, which could be in a rural area, as well as in a more populated area, to make the decisions more productive, if you will, in terms of what the outcomes are.
Yeah, and I can definitely get you some information for the work session. What I'll say today is, I think the characterization, at least from my members, in terms of, I mean, these folks work so closely with the DOT in so many different facets every single day in terms of the projects that they're doing. To characterize that either communication between the DOT and private partners or to municipalities, some of which are also our members, and all of those different webs that the Maine Department of Transportation has, I think it would be unfair to characterize that communication as something that is lacking or something that's not effective. I think that they do a phenomenal job in the services that not only that they provide, but in the way that they communicate those things. And I know that from over my hundreds and hundreds of businesses and members throughout the state that have interacted with the Department of Transportation, I can call up the acting commissioner or a representative thereof and have any sort of conversation that's taken into account. So while I absolutely see your point in terms of, yes, Maine has a housing problem, I think we can all very well agree with that. Just this specific mechanism of an umbrella policy and mandates, do I think that is the golden goose or pill to be able to really unlock the problems with that? I don't believe so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now ask Matt Marks to come up.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I'm a principal at Cornerstone Government Affairs, and I'm here today on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of Maine to oppose this bill. As you're probably all aware, AGC Maine members build roads, bridges, water infrastructure, and housing. So there's a crossover interest for us in both the Housing and the Transportation Committee. We understand the needs to balance interests, but this bill, in our opinion, adds unnecessary complexities. Just knowing there's a friendly, I think, amendment on the table, I've sort of amended what I was going to say. I found the DOT truly to be at the forefront of progress on many of these issues. I've worked with them as well on the Climate Council and also the Transportation Subcommittee. But when you look at things like resiliency, pedestrian safety, and the ability to integrate our bike and walking paths within infrastructure, something that truly wasn't happening about 17 to 20 years ago when I first started in this industry. It's impressive, and that came from Maine DOT. As you heard from the commissioner, many items listed in the statute for consideration are already being completed by the department, and I know there's some of that may be struck. They do work closely with the communities. I've been at some of those public meetings. I've been attended those. They've heard the good, the bad. They've made changes to projects based on the feedback they've received. Their work to improve main streets, connecting those bike paths, doing traffic calming, making sure that they can address even the business needs has been absolutely tremendous. And I know the acting commissioner mentioned Hollowell, but that work down there was a symbol of pride for those contractors. And it's the same in many of those main streets across Maine. They work closely with the Council of Governments and other local advocacy groups across the state, holding listening sessions, also getting their feedback. In regard to the rural work, I just want to mention, that was a call out for me as well. The way this is structured, particularly because this would change how funding is dedicated, is super sensitive for the members of AGC Maine. But only item F there truly is an advantage to rural communities, and that would be preserve open space. There's no clarity about how this would be certainly scored, but that's a major concern for us. Considering the tremendous work that Maine DOT did and has done and continues to do to alleviate community concerns on traffic, I think about a couple situations. One, when they had to replace a very congested Veranda Street Bridge in just one weekend. They engaged the community, they communicated appropriately, they talked about what the needs were, and they had open community meetings and executed that project flawlessly. When you consider how they've handled new technology, when new traffic technologies came out to move traffic quicker and swifter through communities, main streets, they adopted that technology before many did in the nation, and they were prepared to get that out to help communities move their traffic appropriately through their main streets. Many housing projects and developments are already coordinated through the traffic movement permit that Maine DOT manages. It has to be attained for the department for any project that generates 100 or more passenger cars equivalents at peak hour. So that is happening. Those conversations do happen today. The construction season is short. The planning process is complicated. As you heard, there are many buckets here. Federal grants, federal funding, state funding, all of it's generally at risk year after year, and it's a very difficult process. However, Maine DOT is one of the few states that puts together a comprehensive 3-year work plan. So every time we have those work plans, it's a chance for all of us, everybody in the community, contractors, citizens, to weigh in on things they like, things they don't like, and provide that feedback. And I know the acting commissioner will tell you, he hears from people, he hears from us, and he does take that feedback to his team.
I'll ask you to summarize.
Yeah, and I just lastly say this, I know this landed here, but I truly do believe and concur that this should be at the Transportation Committee. And I think part of that is simply that it is the second session. The funding buckets are extremely complex. I don't think it should preclude conversations about how housing integrates. I think those should continue. But I do think this bill should have been at the Transportation Committee. I thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for being here again. Again, on the criteria, and again, probably should have asked the acting commissioner, but I was late coming here. The B and F, you talked about F, says preserves open space, wetlands, parks, farmlands, and woodlands.
Yeah.
But the priority is also B,
Correct.
which is encourages mixed land use. So it's like both discouraging development and encouraging development. Do you have any reflection on how those can be reconciled in a practical way when you're assigning priorities to projects?
I think this is the first thing. I think this is really difficult to put this particular language in statute. I think it's unnecessary. I think the department is they're talking to the municipalities, they're getting feedback from them now. But you heard about these projects they're talking about as a partnership. That happens. And some of that's going to happen by their solicitation. Other times it's going to happen from a community providing feedback to them that they'd like to do something in a certain area. And I think that's great. You look at some of the multimodal things that have happened. You know, they saw the opportunity, for example, not related to housing, but when you looked at what happened at IMSKIP, well, they started to tie all these resources together. It's smart. That's how this should work. When you look at these, I can't figure out how this would work. I don't know what scoring mechanism would be used. I'm concerned that it's not adaptable because it would be in statute. And I think generally, when you read through this, it definitely looks more towards a more urban environment. And I think that should be concerning. That serves very small areas of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else in the room that didn't sign up that wished to give testimony? Is there anyone online too? Are they both in opposition? Both in favor? Great, thank you. We'll start with them. Welcome. You are at the podium, and your microphone is now not muted. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, members of the committee. My name is Miles Smith. I live in Portland, and I am a steering committee member for Mainers for Smarter Transportation. We're a volunteer advocacy group for sustainable and fair transportation policy that's affordable for all Mainers. And we've been talking a lot about the housing affordability crisis in the state, and we really think that our housing affordability goals should be driving our transportation investments. And we're not talking about road maintenance. I think Josh pointed out that we could probably focus on those investment projects. And right now, while the previous gentleman from the Associated General Contractors was saying he's not sure how we would implement this prioritization system, I couldn't hear from the interim commissioner what the prioritization system is for the projects that we do decide to fund. And what we do see too often, I think, are some pretty big projects that are very expensive, but don't really have any connection to our most important goal, which is making things more affordable for our residents. The biggest project recently completed in this state is the I-395 connector. It's $107 million. It hosts about 5,000 vehicles per day. That's less than half the vehicles that are on Main Street in Norway. Less than half the vehicles on Route 1 coming out of Belfast, two randomly selected towns that I just looked up before this hearing. At the same time, we're spending about a third of the amount of that money on this excellent Sanford Village Partnership Initiative, similar amount planned for the Presque Isle Village Partnership Initiative projects to make the downtown of these small towns more walkable so that we could have affordable, slightly denser housing there so that people could afford to live in an apartment where they don't need to have one car per adult in order to survive. That lowers costs for them and makes their family budget a lot easier to manage. We just want to see the state focus on those types of projects because if we don't put it into policy, we're afraid that we're going to get more of these big ticket items that don't really reduce costs for Mainers. And the next one coming up is $100 million that we're going to spend on this bypass road around Presque Isle. That again will serve a small number of cars, shaving a few minutes off of commutes and freight trips through town. I would much rather see us spend $100 million on affordable housing in Presque Isle. And for that amount of money, we could pay for the entire Aroostook County bus service for decades to come. Why aren't we doing that? Those people don't have any other choice but to take the bus, and we spend pennies comparatively to support their bus service while we're spending $100 million to build this bypass road that is basically redundant to other roads that we have. Yeah, you save a couple of minutes, but you're just driving on one road instead of another road.
I'll ask you to summarize, please. Thank you.
That's most of what I wanted to say. I think I would really love to see the department tell us how they prioritize these projects because we in the community and the advocacy world are just not seeing it. And unless we put it in policy, we're just not going to see the real change that we need in order to make housing more affordable here. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith. This is question I meant to ask one of the speakers in opposition as well, but it was stated earlier that this reimagining that is proposed in the bill might favor more urban areas of the state. Do you think under the current model of doing things that urban areas of the state or service center communities might possibly be slightly disadvantaged compared to what other communities might be getting? I'm not saying this very articulately, but do you think that service center communities are getting the most bang for their buck when it comes to these kinds of projects that they could get, I guess, based on your criteria?
Yeah. Well, I'm not on, for instance, the PACS advisory committee or the BACS advisory committee, the metropolitan planning organizations that work with communities, with municipal leaders to come up with the projects that they want to see funded. In many other states, those are the projects that get funded. In Minnesota, for example, it's the regional planning organizations that decide what they think are the important projects, and the state just gives them the money to do it, or allows them to make their own priorities and then funds them. And the state doesn't have its own sort of process that is so complicated that it can't be explained or can't be written up clearly for us in this forum. I'm sorry, I'm quite sick, so I'm having trouble speaking or even thinking. So it's hard for me to say that whether urban or rural areas are treated fairly or not fairly under the current system. Since we're talking about housing affordability, we are talking about probably like apartments. Folks who are struggling to afford a single family home are more likely to live in an apartment. They're more likely to be younger. They're more likely to have children at home. And they're more likely to struggle to afford a car. So those folks are going to end up living in, yes, downtown Bangor or Portland, but also in the center of Norway or the center of Presque Isle or the center of Caribou. And they're going to need to be able to get places if they can't afford a car, or if there's somebody in their household who can't afford a car, if they only have one car for multiple adults. We need more places in Maine to be able to have that style of living in order for folks to be able to afford to live here. The cost of driving is just going up and up and up, and building more roads isn't going to make it more affordable for people to get around. We need people to be able to choose to bus, be able to walk or bike safely to destinations in their neighborhood. So one option would be to ask these regional planning organizations to prioritize projects and put more of the funding to their priorities. And another option would be to put it in statute to specify that we are talking about very small towns here, that village centers are places where we'll have multiple units, small apartment buildings, and they may need to have a regional bus service or a sidewalk so the kids in those apartments can get to the local elementary school. Those projects are valid too, and they should be funded anywhere in the state, not just in the bigger cities. Thanks for the question.
Chair Gear.
Thank you. And thank you for that question, Representative Mallon, and for your response, Mr. Smith. I'm wondering for the work session, if we could get some more information about the states, I don't know if it was Minnesota or another state that has a different process around the regional planning aspects of this. I'd love to see more information about how that works in other states. And I'm also looking to our analysts to see if there are, other states that we could look to with some examples of how this kind of planning could work.
Sure. And I think Josh mentioned Virginia as well, where they have a very transparent process for selecting projects that is on its own website and shows you exactly what they've selected and why.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, good to see you. Sorry you're feeling ill. I want a couple of questions. One is the same question I put to Mr. Marks, because I understand the aspirations that you're mentioning in your remarks here. And and they're valid. The question I have is connecting the dots between those and this particular measure, which is before us. Because I think this is written in a certain way that doesn't reflect the communities that I represent. You mentioned Norway. Well, yes, the village area, yes, I can see that, but that's a very small part of transportation infrastructure that the state DOT is responsible for around Norway. And so can you explain how you think this bill or how this would work when you're trying to reconcile two things that both have priorities under this proposal that seem to be in contradiction with one another. One is B, encourages mixed land use by constructing residences, offices, schools, parks, shops, et cetera. And F, preserves open space, wetlands, parks, farms, and woodlands. I mean, how does that work?
Right. Great question. So to the B versus F part specifically, the idea here is that you preserve open space by putting development in the place where it's most appropriate, so that you can preserve the open space at the edge of town. So for example, if you have a 6-unit apartment building on Main Street in Norway in what was once a parking lot, then you might be able to avoid bulldozing a bunch of trees and wetlands at the edge of Norway to build 3 or 6 single-family homes. You have housing for the same number of folks. That housing is in the center of town. The people who live in those homes do not need to drive for absolutely everything. So it reduces the number of trips they have to take. They can walk for their daily groceries, restaurant, go to school, maybe even to work at the regional hospital there. So that reduces a lot the number of car trips. It reduces the cost to the state in maintaining the roads for all of those trips. And it allows that family to maybe only have one car. So let's say, for example, one person in that home works at that hospital. They don't need to own a car. They can walk to work. And that reduces the family budget cost by $1,000 over if they lived at the edge of town and they had to drive to work every day. And so each adult needed a car. So that's
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just wondering about the mechanism here, because the state DOT is not the one deciding where housing projects are going, right? So what is the instrumentality for this thing to work? I mean, who's going? I mean, how does the DOT do this? I mean, because you're using this narrow thing, not you, but the bill proposes to use a narrow, the narrow area of state transportation funding priorities as a means of doing this broader social purpose that the highway fund doesn't have any control over.
Yeah, I hear you there. And I do think
that's my question.
That is, I think, maybe what the bill is trying, I don't know. I read this thing when it was published, so I didn't have anything to do with its creation, but I'll say that what I see it trying to accomplish is that if there are ways that our transportation investments, not maintenance, I think that gets to the other part of your question, which is like, and I think one of the other speakers said this as well, that we should separate like ongoing road maintenance from investment. And it should be assumed that we're going to continue maintaining roads in rural areas that will never be walkable and will never provide access to all users. Like, that's a totally different thing and something that we have to continue doing to connect all these towns to each other, right? But that right now, when you have the Department of Transportation separately deciding on how they're going to spend money to facilitate movement between different jobs, homes, businesses, completely separately from the fact that we need to develop more homes in places that are close to jobs, services, schools, so that we can save money, so that the people in those homes can save money. Right now, there's no way to tie those two things together. I hear your concern there that, it seems like it seems like it might be tough to do that. And I understand your concern, but I do think that the goal is correct, because right now, if we just say that the goal of transportation funding is to move people and services, to what end, to where? What we really need is to make housing more affordable, more than
Okay.
anything else.
Can
And
I
we
ask
can
one
do
more
that in
question?
certain places
Different
only.
direction.
And I'm just cautious, all of us, to be, let's not slide into work session.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
let's
I'm trying to get,
try
I'm just trying to
clarification.
get information about how this bill would work from the people who taking time to testify. So the other question I have in this is this, I think, I'm not sure about the statutory references entirely, but this is under the highway fund. Do you know if these provisions would apply to the Maine Turnpike Authority as this bill's written, or is it just the Maine DOT and the highway fund?
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah. Should it?
Should it? So I think Senator Bennett has heard me speak about the Maine Turnpike Authority before.
That's why I asked the question.
Some matters. The Maine Turnpike Authority throws off a profit margin of between $50 and $80 million a year.
I think I'm going to get the hook from the chair unless just give it a direct answer.
What I'll say is that I have heard that the Turnpike has plans to expand and widen in its roadway, and I don't think that that's going to help facilitate affordable housing.
Should this bill, if we give it a not to pass as amended report, should it include the Turnpike Authority?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The Sensible Transportation Policy Act attempts to do something similar, and in my view, it is not succeeding in doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for making me be brief.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us, Miles, and I hope you didn't pick up their bug at the State Theater where I saw you the other night. I'm interested. What I'm hearing right now is I think there's a problem in the legislature more generally where we silo a lot of different things like housing and transportation. And here we're dealing with housing and affordability, but somehow that doesn't relate to like transportation and affordability. And maybe we should be thinking about it holistically. And I think what I would like to hear for the work session is if you could, or your org or somebody else who's listening for the work session, provide us with how much does it cost a family, to buy a car, to operate a car? Like how much money could somebody save?
I can tell you that right now.
Or just bring it to the work session.
Yeah, $1,000 a month is the average cost of home ownership. That includes your car payment, insurance, gasoline, maintenance, all inclusive. Its average is at $1,000 a month.
Are new cars today more expensive than they've ever been? Are they over $50,000 now?
Yes, and used cars are more expensive than ever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Folks.
And our last person via Zoom. Welcome. You're at the podium.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Happy New Year, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Joe Oliva, and I work with Grow Smart Maine. We're a statewide nonpartisan nonprofit organization helping communities navigate change in alignment with smart growth, and we advocate for comprehensive policies and funding for smart growth practices and outcomes. So in our view, LD 287 does something very important, and this is something that has been talked about extensively already, but it connects transportation project funding to public safety while also establishing clear criteria for the Maine Department of Transportation to prioritize projects that achieve smart growth development goals. So in other words, it correctly assesses that transportation projects are an integral part of community development. And that's to build communities in which people feel that they're safe and can access housing, recreational, and other life-affirming opportunities. Infrastructure investment encouraging the criteria listed in Section 2 of this bill should be prioritized. As was mentioned earlier as well, we also believe that this bill addresses the affordability crisis here in Maine. Funding projects that encourage access to multimodal transportation and mixed land use means less reliance on cars and the requirements outlined in LD 287 will bring more resources and opportunities closer where people live, and reduce car traffic to access local businesses, schools, and recreation areas, thereby cutting costs for mainers at the pump, and in certain instances, creating conditions that make living without a car possible. For municipalities, transportation infrastructure that encourages denser development and mixed land use can also reduce municipal budgets. That sprawl leads to strained municipal budgets as a well-documented facts, and I'm happy to supply folks with that in the work session. But on the flip side of that coin is the promise that for whatever costs are incurred for upgrading town-managed infrastructure due to dense growth patterns, so on downtowns and main streets, those types of things, those investments will be paid for and then some. So not only would 287 make streets safer for all users, but it would also promote the types of development that makes affordable housing easier to build, addresses the affordability crisis for mainers and municipalities alike, and protects essential farmland and open spaces for recreation. We strongly urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 287, a bill that appropriately recognizes crucial transportation infrastructure investments as part of a greater housing strategy. Thank you for your time.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being with us, Mr. Oliva. Two questions. One is, from your perspective, what do you think the regional roles should be, say, of the regional planning organizations in prioritizing these types of projects vis-a-vis, municipalities or the state? Are these indeed regional challenges, and how should they be tackled as a result?
Yeah, I think we believe that there are absolutely regional challenges. Transportation systems are not confined to the towns or the town borders or whatnot, and regional planning offices have a much kind of greater scope, but also there's definition that they can bring to some of the questions around what transportation solutions are appropriate for their region, for the towns that they're working with, those types of things. So they absolutely have a role. I know, for instance, in Southern Maine, GPCOG, where I was placed as a resilient sport partner long ago, does really good work in convening transportation groups to address transit, active transportation, those types of things. In terms of specifics beyond that, I can do some research and get back to you for work session, but yeah, what I have.
Yeah, that would be great if there are other thoughts around that. And then the last question I would have for you is also from a smart growth perspective, when we think about the new Maine Office of Community Affairs and this idea of the silos and kind of the tensions that we are struggling with around how do we create fundable, sustainable plans for community economic housing and transportation development. What are your thoughts about, again, how that office should play a role, if at all?
Yeah, listening into the earlier conversation in the committee and the questions about like how these priorities kind of play out in these different silos, and I was thinking about the Maine Office of Community Affairs as a newly established body to help ideally figure some of these things out. That's where my head went. I know that they're very busy right now, and like hesitate to just create more work for them or suggest that they take on things like this. But I think that a body like that makes a lot of sense for helping figure out how that kind of conversation flow between transportation and housing conversations works in communities, and how like a bill like this would ideally be some sort of connective tissue in that conversation that puts kind of studs on the conversation in a language that makes sense in the housing conversation, but also over here in transportation land. So I don't know if that directly answers your question. Again, happy to provide more thoughts.
Thanks, that's helpful. I'm just going to look at our analyst here, and I don't see the Maine Office of Community Affairs signed up to testify today. But again, knowing that we have given them the directive to coordinate some of this stuff across the state, I would be very interested in their perspective on how we do a better job in my assessment, something that we need to do for bringing together transportation planning with the other types of planning, both in rural areas as well as in towns and larger urban areas in Maine. So if we can coordinate that, that would be helpful.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other folks registered? Last chance. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to give testimony on LD 287? Having heard all testimony on LD 287, we will close the public hearing. Thank you all, and thank you to the bill sponsor. We're now going to shift right into work session. And our plan is to go in order. So we're going to start with LD 1806. And I'll ask we'll take a moment while we reset the room for out of public hearing mode into work session mode.
Yeah.
and in states across the country to classify business establishments. So the change that's going to be happening if this bill is to go through is that when a business registers for their annual relicensing with the Bureau of Corporations, they will be reporting what kind of business they are. So that's how we're going to capture the information on which of these businesses are rental agencies or are providing rental housing. And this is something that we worked with the Secretary of State's office with over the past couple of months since we last had, well, we've been working on with them on this bill from the get-go. And I do believe we do have staff from the Secretary of State's office here to answer some of those more in the weeds questions about that process. Just to give you a little bit more information on those NAICS codes, there's just one that refers to rental housing, and it covers rentals, mobile homes. It does not cover short-term rentals, so that won't be affected here. It also doesn't affect things like recovery housing or halfway housing. So basically, if a business lets us know through their annual licensing that they are providing rental housing, that then will trigger them to fill out a form that will ask for additional information. And that's laid out in the original bill under section 21, I believe, subsection 2, where it asks for things like email addresses, contact information, things that will really benefit emergency responders in understanding the layout of their community and where people are housed. So that's the basic overview to get us level set. No, yeah.
I want to make sure I'm clear with what you're suggesting here. You're suggesting amending this to get rid of the registry concept. And then annually, when businesses have to renew their business, their corporate license, they would then, all businesses would then, and currently all businesses don't have to list an NAIC. So they would have, so all businesses will check a box of NA or for whatever the appropriate NAIC is. And then if they've checked the box for
Rental
rentals,
housing. Yep.
they would then be completing the information that you have outlined on section 21.
Mhm.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
this, I believe, is only for corporations that are registered with the Secretary of State. So
Which is all businesses. I understand that practice in Maine. And maybe you guys can verify that. Yeah.
So we're gonna cover.
I'll ask if you could go ahead and come forward.
Just, okay. I can switch out. It's Lynn.
You're represented from the Secretary of State's office?
Yes, I'm Kathy Bodwin. I'm the Director of Corporations, UCC and Commissions.
Okay.
So this, what it wouldn't cover is like general partnerships or sole proprietorships. It would cover nonprofit corporations, business corporations, limited partnerships, limited liability companies, and limited liability partnerships only.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a clarification. So these are those that are organized in Maine. So what about a Delaware corporation or Delaware LLC? Would they also
I
have to
believe
adhere?
I know the original draft, they were looking for both domestic and foreign entities. And foreign entity is
Right.
anything outside of Maine.
I
So
get
I
that.
think they were looking to include both.
The proposed amendment strikes section 4.
I didn't realize that.
I think it only applies to domestic.
Well, see, that comment was from looking at the draft. There were a lot of places in the draft legislation where they incorporated domestic in foreign language. And what I had realized was it changed the actual, in some places it changed the content of the law. Because I know their intention was to cover all bases, to have domestic and foreign entities comply with this requirement. However, where they changed the language in the draft, like under the excuse section, currently only domestic entities can file for an excuse in Maine. Foreign entities could not. And so that was in here. So that's why we cleaned that up. And for the most part, in some of the, again, each law is a little bit different. And so, you know, like for business corporations, it's clear that like the annual report section that they had provided language that it's for both domestic and foreign. And again, it's a matter of looking at the various entity laws to make sure that's clear.
I just want to follow up on
Yep.
that. If we're using, if it's a completely different tack, if it now the tack is those who are required to become corporations in the state of Maine have to fill out, check this box and say this is what they're doing. And if they check that box, they have that form. If they're not required to become a corporation in Maine, then we wouldn't, they wouldn't be subject to this. And I think that question is for the bill sponsor. Is that your understanding?
This was the thing that I was actually curious about as well as we were talking about this. From my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if a business is operating in the state, that they have to register with the Maine State Secretary of State.
So they would organize and form with our office if they're an entity that we file. But again, sole proprietorships and general partnerships do not file with the Secretary of State's office. They file at the municipal level.
But if there's a corporation who's organized in another state, they don't have to become a corporation in here. Do they have to
If
file
they,
also?
they qualify here in the state of Maine if they're doing business here in the state of Maine. So they would be considered a foreign entity qualified to do business.
And they do have to do their
Yes.
annual filing with the state of Maine if they
Yes,
are
and
operating here.
they would have to file an annual report as well.
So they're captured.
An annual report or a renewal is?
The annual report is essentially the renewal. They file an annual report by June 1st of each year.
Representative Gear.
So just to state this very clearly, because I want to make sure we're 100% clear on this. If I am a corporation, if I'm an S Corp registered in California, and I decide to start to do business in Maine, either by establishing a business here or purchasing a business here. In that instance, I must register with the Secretary of State's office in the database as a corporation doing business in Maine that is registered, primary registry is in California. Would that be a correct understanding of how the process works?
Yes, I wouldn't say must. The law is kind of funny on who needs to what entities have to qualify here and what constitutes doing business. But it sounds like clearly if they've got in this case, a rental business, then they would be required to qualify here to do business.
I'm just asking the broader question.
Yep. So yes,
If I am a business, if I'm an accounting firm in Illinois, and I decide I'm going to buy an accounting practice in Bangor, and that's going to be part of my business. In that case, am I required to register with the Secretary of State's office?
Yes, you should be qualified to do business here. Yes.
And I do that by going to the date and going and filling out the
Yep,
form on the website and stating all of
You
where I'm-
can't, currently you can't form online, but you would go online, download the qualification form and submit it to our office. So yes.
As long as I'm not a sole proprietor or general partnership elsewhere, if I'm anything else, if I come in and I'm doing that, then I am required by law to do that. Is
Yes.
that correct?
You should be qualified to do business here. If you are doing business here in Maine and you are organized outside of the state of Maine, then you should be qualified here do business.
When you say the term, I just trying to make sure, because you're using, I'm using one term and you keep using qualified. In to be qualified, you must go through that process with the Secretary of State's office. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep, Representative Wojtek.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Representative Ron. I think this is by far the biggest file I've had in my time in the legislature. I'm new here, so.
You didn't get automotive right
I'll
to
get
repair.
used to it. So now individual proprietors and I forget the other,
Sole proprietors
Sole-
and general partners.
and general partners. That would seem to be a fairly, I mean, we don't have a registry, so we don't really know what percentage of landlords will be exempt now. You think it's a pretty significant percentage?
Because we don't have that information, you're right, that we can't say that, but I will say that very likely small landlords are not affected by this bill. People that, I mean, for example, we talked about Airbnbs, people that are renting short-term rentals out of their homes are not affected by this bill. What this bill does is that we want to find out if you are a business operating in the state of Maine, are you a rental business? And that will really help us find out how many of these how much of our housing stock is owned by large corporations or large businesses.
And that's the intent, is to find out like who owns our housing stock, who owns our rental properties in the
That is
state.
the intent, but it's also the fact that we know that lots of our housing stock is owned by large companies. So the hope is a rental registry will really help with our city planners in figuring out the makeup of the housing stock in their cities. It'll help with first responders in creating a more safe community so that they can better respond. Those are just a couple of the reasons.
But like as sole proprietor, my last question, like, so, you know, I think there are sole proprietors who own 20, 30 units. I mean, we're not interested in having those people register here, or they wouldn't be required to.
I think that would be a next step that we would need to take in figuring out the landscape of our rental market.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Representative Goluk.
Thank you. So forgive me, but I missed the very beginning of you guys talking about the amendment that we're doing here, and I'm looking it over. So we'll get these numbers that we don't have. Will it tell us if they're just buildings that have been left vacant? That somebody's, or how many units in it are rented? Because we have a lot of vacant buildings. So I'm just curious if any of that does that.
I'm just pulling up section 21 of the bill so that I can read you what so if you reference section 21 in the original bill language,
right,
that runs through the information that we would be collecting. So one of them is, does the owner have multiple properties, the total number of residential units that each property owner has, and the number of occupied units. So
Right.
it will provide that information.
So that's still gonna be in this?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was looking for clarity. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you said sole proprietorships, partnerships.
General partnership.
How about single member LLCs?
LLCs, they're.
All LLCs,
Are filed with our office.
right? But
Mhm.
an LLC, a single member LLC
Mhm.
from another state,
Mm-hmm.
do they currently, if they are engaged in renting property in Maine, have to register with the?
They should be qualifying to do business in the state of Maine, yes.
Okay. This is all new to me. I've got like 5 LLCs myself. I mean, I just, and I do business out of state, and it seems many of the other states don't require, that I work in, don't require that level. So it just seems, this is why I think I'm puzzled, and maybe some of the others here, because it just doesn't ring like, do you have any?
Well,
Can you reflect on that?
Well, it's interesting because again, you have entities that form in one state.
Yeah.
And if they're doing business in another state, And again, the law is funny about what constitutes doing actual business. And so, like, when we get the call in our office, we don't have any attorneys on hand. And so what we tell folks is, because they'll be like, I don't know if we need to qualify. We do this, this, and this. Well, here's a statute, and we recommend that you get some legal advice. Because if you are literally in the state doing business,
Okay.
then if a suit comes up, then they need, they would have to be qualified here to do business to be able to, for the courts.
All right. I just another question. But now I've forgotten it. I'm so.
We'll come back.
perplexed. I thank you. Yeah, come back to me.
Chair Gear?
And just to follow on to Senator Bennett's question here, I just brought up the statute. So a foreign corporation may not transact business in this state, which I assume means selling somebody something, collecting rent from somebody, doing a transaction. May not transact business in the state until the foreign corporation files an application for authority to transact business with the Secretary of State. So that's the process, whatever your
Yes. It's each
form of
statute's a little
organization
bit
is.
different. Yeah. So what you got to keep in mind is if an entity, they incorporate or form in one state, and if they're doing business in another, then they qualify to do business in another state. They get to transact business. So.
Senator Bennett?
So is the leasing of property, the property is already, the ownership of property is already public information. Probably this is a question for the sponsor. So this information is already public as to who owns what property. So what is, you can go down to the Registry of Deeds and see what entity owns the property. So what additional information, I guess this bill would put a burden on the people based on the use of that property to report to the state, but it's not actually providing any additional information about who owns the property. Do I have that right?
Sometimes when someone owns a property, it's not necessarily the person that is operating and like managing the property, the person in charge that you would want to contact in the case of an emergency. So that's one reason.
So that additional information about who the point of contact is and all that is really what you're trying to get at here, not the underlying ownership.
Yes, we want, like I said, in that subsection 21 or in section 21, subsection 2, you'll, that information is literally what we're trying to get at. And the point of it is, of course, like in emergency situations. And also one thing that I didn't mention, the whole, the big reason for this bill is, as you all know, because this is the work that you do, it is one effort to support us in this housing crisis that we're in which we are constantly investing in voucher programs, in navigators for housing that honestly just don't know who to look for, where to find the information because it's not available to us about what our rental market looks like. So this information will help us in just making sure that we can find housing for people.
So you have multi-purposes here. One is to understand how many, as you said earlier, how many, like how much,
how big our rental market
many
is.
Foreign corporations are investing and what the trend line might look like on, say, corporatization of ownership of rental units in Maine. Another one is to provide some optics or some actual information on first responders.
That is the core reason. I misstated earlier when I kind of got on a little tangent about large corporations owning a lot of our rental market. The core of this bill, the reason that we brought it forward is to help us in figuring out how we can, what our rental market looks like and how we can get more people in housing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I just want to add, and just kind of a question and a comment. Having that information also helps with emergencies and helps our EMSs and our rural areas and across the board with emergency access, which we don't have. And like you said, I can imagine that it will significantly increase the data that we have while we're still counting how many houses we need. We need 84,000 units still to help with that. But I think the core thing here is yeah, knowing how much we have, but also the emergency situation. There's lots of places that we don't know who owns it, and we don't have contact information, or the towns don't, and stuff. So just throwing that out there.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to say a comment and then a question. I think the thing that I really like about this proposal is that it recognizes that renting homes to people, however you're doing that, is a business. It is a business, and it is a business that I would state has a very high level of responsibility that goes along with it, because you're providing a place where people are living their lives day in and day out. And the idea of being able to just gather an understanding of all of the business entities that are incorporated, that are qualified to do business in the state of Maine, and understanding if they have that box checked as this is something that we do as a business, is very different from the issue of property ownership. It is, this is the business that I am in. I do this, and I provide a home, and I collect rent or lease payment, whatever it is, from a person. And by having that understanding, that is, I think, does two things from my perspective. One is it recognizes that that is a business that we need to track in a certain way and keep aware of. And then also it really does clarify for that entity that is applying for that and qualifying for that, is that they need to say, this is what we're doing. This is the nature of our business. And I think, to me, that just encapsulates one of the big challenges that we've had, which is as the market with Airbnbs and all these things have changed, and as the rental market, not only in Maine, but around the country for long-term rentals has changed dramatically, and we face the homeownership challenge that we have, this is something we really need to get our arms around. So I really appreciate that. The question I would also then ask to the Secretary of State's office is, the thing that was surprised, I had an S Corp for a number of years. I was surprised that I didn't have to do an NAICS code. I've done research at the federal level for years. I was like, wait a minute, I don't have to tell you what the business, how I fit into this scheme. It also will help us to compare data with other states and have a better understanding of how Maine compares to other states around that as an operational category in NAICS. So I really like the proposal for those things, for those reasons, as well as for the safety and security, that we've heard again and again, that people just don't know who to get in touch with, or law enforcement doesn't know how to reach people, or public safety doesn't know how to reach people when there is an emergency at the property. So are we going to have, I guess the question would be, the idea would be to have this more in a bill form that would be, unless there are other questions, that we would be able to consider, I think, just with it all clearly laid out, and is that something that we could work on?
I will tell you that I don't feel I'm in a position to vote on it without it being in a different form, and actually redrafted. So I would support a tabling motion to give you time to do that, but we don't have much time. Before we table, I wanted to hear from our analyst whether she has time to support the bill to do this. We do have a deadline with our carryover bills to vote them out.
So I think if both someone from the Secretary of State's office and the sponsor were available to look at what I can create based on this and say, yes, you've hit all the marks. It should be something that is relatively easy to turn around. But that part of it will depend on their availability.
Okay, because it needs to happen in the next week, week to two.
Yep.
So that we can get it back, so we can vote it out. Is the committee open to a tabling motion?
Move to table.
Move to table. Second. All those in favor? Thank you. All right. Thank you. Let's see, I will now open up the work session for LD 1247, LD 1247, Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping that this will be a fairly quick work session because as I've done, this will be my third time during my legislative career, but given the fact that much of what was originally in 1247 has been considered and passed under a different bill title, I would like to move ought not to pass on LD 1247.
Order, please. Thank you. Motion was ought not to pass from the bill sponsor. It's been seconded. Any discussion, please no. Thank you. Sorry, I said that. We'll ask our new committee clerk to call the roll. First roll. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have quorum.
Great. And we are voting on 1247. Yes.
Yeah.
Representative Malone.
Yes.
Yeah. Representative Malone votes in
Ma-
favor.
Mallon.
Mallon votes in favor.
In favor of
The motion is ought not to pass.
Gotcha, thank
So
you.
in favor of ought not to pass.
Cool. Votes in favor. Yes. Senator Bennett
Yes.
votes in favor of ought not to pass. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry votes in favor of ought not to pass. Representative Gear
Yes.
votes in favor of ought not to pass. Representative Lookner
Yes.
votes in favor of ought not to pass. And Representative Julia
Yes.
votes in favor of ought not to pass. And finally, Representative Eater.
Yes.
That looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ought not to pass.
The 7 voting ought not to pass. That is currently the unanimous position of the committee. And with that, we'll close the work session for LD 1247. Great job. We'll now open up the work session for LD, I think we're at 1865. Is that correct? Yes, LD 1865. And can you give us a little bit of the history of that? And Senator Bennett is the bill sponsor.
Yes, so I will give you a little bit of a history and while I'm doing that, so this is technically Sophie's bill, but so she'll be running down here as we speak.
She is
Oh,
here.
There she is.
We'll
Then I'm
invite her.
leaving and I'm passing.
It's lunchtime. Welcome, Ms. Patton. Sand Lake. Nice. What's your last name? Sand.
All right, so coming around, blue is the bill analysis as usual. I did do one for this just because I know it's been a while and also it was re-referred to us. So there is a summary involved. I'm happy to go over that. I also just wanted to kind of remind everyone that at the very brief work session we had at the end of last session where you voted to carry over the bill, Senator Bennett indicated that he would be open to amending the bill to make it, instead of a tax credit, it would be a grant program. I'm more than happy to go over my bill analysis. However, that bill analysis obviously goes over the bill as it's presently drafted. So I will heed your advice on how best to go about this work session efficiently.
Chair Gear.
I'll just speak for myself. I feel like I need some background on this because we really haven't heard. So if you could just.
You want me to read the whole summary, and then I do have a section that's kind of like background information on the process that we've come to at this point.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Before we jump into that, I'll ask Senator Bennett.
Just for some orientation and refreshing of memory, this bill, because it involved a tax credit, was sent to the Taxation Committee. The Taxation Committee worked the bill. There was some sentiment in support of the bill, which is why they didn't vote not to pass, but they didn't like the tax credit suggestion as the incentive to participate in this pilot program. So in conversation with the tax committee, I also drew the same conclusion that that was a flawed approach and that it would be better to look at a different kinds of incentives. So section 2, which relates to the tax credit, is something which I would like to see replaced anyway. And then, but they did ask to refer the bill to this committee in order to have the idea given air without the burden of the flawed tax credit as the incentive. So that's why it was referred here. It has not had a public hearing here, I don't believe. It just came over at the end of session, and because it was the end of session, the chairs and the committee were gracious enough to carry it over and ask for that request. So here we are today. And anyway, so I would suggest deferring on all the mess of the tax credit
Sure.
in your analysis, Sophie.
So with that being said, Senator Bennett, you all can ignore under consideration staff's testimony because that is all relevant to the tax credit. Perhaps it may be easiest if I read the summary just to put
Sure.
you all in a context of what the bill's doing.
Thank you.
The resolve, sorry. So LD 1865 resolves to create a tax incentive pilot project to encourage businesses to adopt a 4-day work week. This resolve establishes the 4-day work week pilot project administered by the Department of Labor to promote, incentivize, and support the use of a 4-day work week by qualifying employers and to study the benefits and effects of a 4-day work week on participating employees and employers. The pilot project is open to all private and public employees that have at least 15 employees based on a selection process conducted by the department that ensures participation as far as practicable and of qualifying employers of diverse size, occupation, industry, sector, and geographical location. Qualifying employers that have both employees who are exempt from and who are subject to the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and qualifying employers that are veteran-owned, women-owned, and minority-owned businesses and businesses owned by individuals with disabilities. The resolve specifies that at least 15 employees of participating employers must participate in the pilot project. Those employees who participate must receive a meaningful reduction in hours worked per week without any loss of pay, employment status, or benefits. The duration of the pilot project must be at least 2 years and not more than 4 years as determined by the department. On a regular basis, a participating employer is required to provide the department access to the employer's data and to the employer's participating employees, including through interviews and surveys, so that the department can determine the efficacy and effect of transitioning to a 4-day work week. Participating employees may opt out of the interviews and surveys, and any data gathered from employees must be anonymous. Now, the next paragraph is all to do with the tax credit. I'm happy to go over that.
Skip that.
Perfect. And then skipping to the last paragraph in the summary here, based on the information gathered for the duration of the pilot project, the department is required to annually report to the joint standing committees of the legislature having jurisdiction over appropriations and financial affairs, taxation matters, labor matters, and economic and community development matters on the progress of and participation levels of the pilot project, and submit a final report that details the economic and social effect of a 4-day work week on the participating employers, the effect of a 4-day work week on the well-being and work life of participating employees, and any findings or recommendations based on the research conducted on a 4-day work week. Going down to background information, which you received a brief summary on by Senator Bennett. LD 1865 was originally referred to the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation in the 132nd First Regular. The Tax Committee held a public hearing for LD 1865 on May 8th, 2025, and a work session on May 20th, 2025. At the work session and at the request of the sponsor, the Tax Committee voted to re-refer LD 1865 to the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. On May 22nd, you all held a committee meeting and voted to carry over LD 1865 to the second regular. It should be noted that at this work session, Senator Bennett disclosed that upon hearing testimony from DAFs, he believed that perhaps the proposed tax program may be better as a grant program. Moving to testimony, I did want to note, I reached out to the Department of Labor at the request of the chairs. They were unable to attend, but you do have a memo from them on that white piece of paper that just went out with the bill analysis. So it will not be in your folders already. It is white. It has the Department of Labor seal on it. And then we can go over drafting considerations and any further discussion.
So I have a question for qualifying and as you know, qualifying proposals considered by the Department of Labor, they would be reducing there'd be a 4-day work week, but it would be that isn't putting 4 10-hour days together. They would have to have a significant reduction in hours.
So as presently,
without reduction in pay or benefits.
correct. So there cannot be a reduction in pay. As presently drafted, it leaves a lot of the administrative details on how that work week would be put together up to the department to establish the rules and how the pilot project would be administered and how it would look like. Perhaps the sponsor.
Yeah, I'll defer that question to the sponsor. Is that your intention to give businesses an opportunity to say, hey, can you do this all if everyone's working 32 hours a week or 34 or something like that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, this is, I should say that this bill is in the context of a global initiative to look at how we work and how we incorporate work into our life. And slightly long-winded answer to your question, but the idea is that productivity advances since FDR signed the Fair Labor Law back in 1938 have changed a lot. And we've gone from the industrial age to the information age. We've seen, and that 40-hour work week came 1938, it was like 80, 90 years ago. And the idea here is, should Maine participate in a thoughtful rethinking of the way we all think about work and how many hours we devote to work? And so, yes, the idea, some companies and some participants in this globally and in other states in this experiment have gone to 4 10-hour days. A lot of municipalities have gone to 4 10-hour days here in Maine. But really the broader question is, can we work more, can we get more, as much done in less hours and keep people compensated appropriately, you know? And so I think that is really the essence of this, and it is set up as a voluntary pilot project. So nobody has to participate. If a business wants to participate, they have they're in an organized system here in Maine, dealing with Maine communities, Maine business culture. And I think, you know, it would be really good for us all to lean into this question. I'll also just add one thing because it's not available in the folder, but Patrick Woodcock, the president of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, did testify neither for nor against at the public hearing. And he made the point that this is being thought about, Maine businesses should be thinking about it. And so he wanted to be clear that while he didn't have a position because his board hadn't talked about it, he thought it would be good for Maine businesses to be involved in this conversation. So that's that. But yes, the idea is more along the 32-hour week rather than the 40-hour week.
Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a bunch of questions, but I'm just going to ask one right now that piggybacks off of Chair Curry's question, which is, if the idea under this pilot is fewer hours but the same pay, are you mainly contemplating, Senator, the salaried employees? Because obviously if someone's hourly and getting paid the same rate but working fewer hours, they're losing income on that. I just want to make sure I understand what you're getting at and what kinds of workers this would apply to.
If I may,
please.
The other studies that have been done have involved both hourly workers and paid work and salaried workers. It's about remaking the workplace and thinking about doing things smarter and more efficiently and more productively, and then capturing that in order to give the workers a benefit for doing that. So it wouldn't be just limited to to white collar, blue collar, no collar employees.
Representative Mallon, did you want to follow up on that?
Well, I have other questions that I guess are mostly directed at Senator Bennett. But the questions I have, I'll just maybe spit them out and we can discuss them as we need. If we're talking about a grant program as opposed to a tax credit, have you given any thought as to how much? How much money would that be in a grant program? From what fund as well? From where would we fund this from? And then under this concept, who would administer it? Would it still be MDOL under this construct?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, so this is the first I've seen of DOL's letter. They didn't testify at the public hearing either, so this is the first indication I have of how they're feeling about it, and I haven't had a chance to read it since it just appeared on the desk. But I would like to engage with a conversation with them. I have talked with DECD about the reward, because I would like to see, from a business point of view, what would be effective and very inexpensive. And it might not even be money. It could be recognition of some sort for participating. I've initiated that discussion, but I haven't gotten terribly far, which is why what I'd really like today, if I could ask the committee to give like a week time and maybe revisit this next week, and I can give you better and fuller answers to those questions. But after we discuss it.
Representative Golick.
Well, I think part of my question got answered about the 40-hour work week and 32-hour work week. I want to say, one, I appreciate you asking people to look at the 32-hour work week. I have an established business for about 30 years now, and we have always operated under a 32-hour work week. And it works great. I guess my concern comes into play where I do have a couple employees for financial reasons that have requested that 40-hour. So that they didn't have to go get a job someplace else. And we give that to them. Would that mean, if I reduce them, would that give them the ability, if something like this comes through, where I'm gonna have to pay them the 40-hour workweek check for the 32 hours? Because if, as a small business owner, when you do that, in order to pick up that tab, I'm gonna have to lay one whole position off, because that's 4 extra days there. Or just financially swallow it. So I'm trying to understand that. I do agree that studies show people are more productive at 32 hours a week. Sadly, in our state, most people can't survive on 32 hours a week, so they're working 2 or 3 jobs. That's the
Mr. Chair. Sorry.
So sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, just again, this is completely voluntary. No business has to participate in it. If a business wants to participate in it, at least 15 employees have to do it. Not all employees have to participate in it. It's purely information gathering, and there's nothing required about this at all. And so these are the questions that we hope will get answers, because as part of this broader discussion, which Maine would be participating in with a lot of other jurisdictions around the world, is like, how do we get there? How do we actually get people paid for a full week's work, but work less? And does it work in certain industries? Does it work in certain places? We don't know answers to any of these questions. And that's what this initiative is designed to try to get some answers to.
Representative Mom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to throw 2 other questions out there. I think there's a lot to consider here, including what it means for just simply the amount of money that ends up in a worker's pocket at the end of the day, which is important to consider. The other consideration that just was brought to my attention is how it impacts benefits, how it impacts, health insurance and things like that, because not all employees are entitled to the same benefits depending on how many hours they are working. So, I mean, at this point, I would be supportive of, as a courtesy, giving the senator a little bit more time through a table. I will say though that I have there's a lot of questions to me here about how we can make this actually workable and an actually worthwhile thing to do. I think it's a worthwhile conversation for sure. But I'm not sure how we're gonna get to a place where it fits into a coherent piece of legislation. So I have some skepticism that I'm gonna need to overcome that maybe you'll be able to help me overcome through the course of that week. But I just want to put that on the table. There's a lot of questions that come with this. I would also be interested in learning if any other states are doing anything like this and what that looks like. But I don't want to ask our analysts to do extra work.
Chair Gear.
My question is, if this is re-envisioned, Senator Bennett, as a grant program, what would the grant funds pay for? And then the second part of the question is also the Department of Labor did express that, if this was to be designed as a research project, there would need to be research staff of some kind assigned to track measure and track the results and do the surveys and see how it's going. So I guess those would be the two questions that I just don't have an idea of what the funds would be used to pay for.
Are there any other questions?
I did just want to throw out there a quick reminder as we seem to be heading towards tabling for now. I just want to remind everyone that it is a resolve, which there are limitations, which means that a resolve typically cannot be amended to become a bill. Generally speaking, grant programs, the same was true with a tax credit, are usually done in statute. I have talked with people in my office, and we can do a grant program through a resolve. It would look very much like how it's proposed with the tax credit, which we would be directing a department to establish the grant program. I did just want to make you all mindful that for possible amendments, if there are any, there is a longstanding understanding that resolves can't become a bill with allocated language.
Is there a motion to table?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Thank you. I just thank you to the committee for your courtesy. Be back in touch.
That ends the schedule of items for work session today. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We are adjourned.